From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. They don't know. kids.
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change, bitch.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
want more. Crying babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See,
alright, now it is Sunday the 26th July 0856 Central European time. That makes it 0856 Eastern Standard Time, Americas North and South and Central. What's good? What's good, everybody? Yes, we back again for one more segment of Obama derangement syndrome. You know, we have the cure over here. If you're suffering from a man that was president how many years ago? how many years ago? He's still on your mind. He's living in your head rent free. And he's got you out here scared, shit, voting for, to end the fucking democracy, to end the Constitution. Got people out here talking about the Bill of Rights with the Founding Fathers. The Founding Fathers didn't have the Bill of Rights in mind. I don't think that's fair. I don't think the 19th Amendment is fair. Women shouldn't vote, Yeah, Kamala Harris. That's a nod to Kamala Harris, First vice president, female vice president of the United States of America. They really hate Biden because Biden is kind of like the link between Obama, so he's like they consider him a sellout white man. Basically that's what it is. And it's sad because they're all Americans, by the way, and they all actually wanted you to get more health care, whether everybody wanted that or not in Congress or in the Senate. It's Congress and the Senate that writes the laws. He actually called for something better because less people had access. People were dying in the emergency room, showing up, and they was like, nope, you don't have insurance. Yeah, there it is, So now you got a new version, and, right wingers didn't really. And we did have one sellout. What was his name? The one Dem that could have gotten it better, but he was like, nah, it's got to be privatized. Healthcare. Lieberman, I think he was that deciding vote that got people the healthcare they have now, which was better than what they had before. But as far as the standards of the Western world, it's way behind. It's way behind. You know what I'm saying? It's way behind, and we could do better as a nation. Not just with healthcare, providing healthcare. I mean, for our own citizens. By the way, citizens, we could do better if we wanted to. The wealthiest nation on earth, but we don't like learning from our Western allies, do we? Because we think we're better than them. We're too good to learn from our Western allies any goddamn thing. But when we get in a war, we fast to call them. We're real fast to call them. You know what I'm saying? When Israel decides it wants to go to war and Trump just decides, hey, fuck it, I'll do it too, because Israel said so. They're real quick to cry like babies. Please, whatever happened, and then the genius of it is that before they asked for help, they just went out on a tour dissing allies, wanting to take Canada going to be the 51st state, wanting to take Greenland. Then they asked for help. It's like, come on, try it the opposite way, by the way. How about, hey, Europe, you've been our allies. You stood by us in the war against terror. People died. Places like Denmark per person died more, lost more soldiers than even the United States per person. You could have said, hey, man, you know what? We should learn something from you guys. You guys have universal health care? Wow, how'd you do that? We would like to know, but they haven't. You know what I'm saying? Trump didn't even bother to even think about that. The Republicans didn't even bother to think about that. Like, you're dissing people that care for their own people more than you do. I mean, how dumb can you be? How dumb can you be? And you would have to be dumb to follow a nation that doesn't even give a damn about its own people going to war against some other people. Like, hello, start caring about your own country for a second and your own people, and not just in name, not just saying you care. Do it. Like Nike said, just do it. I mean, learn something. You can learn something from Western nations. We can as Americans, and we shouldn't be too proud to do it. Our egos shouldn't be too stuck out there to do it, because at the end of the day, we're just human beings. We ain't better than nobody. We're not better. By the way, you want to take Israel's lead. Why don't you get some universal health care too? Because they have it. Try doing that also, right? I mean, but it is what it is. That's the world we live in right now. As Americans, we live in that world, and everybody else has to look back like, these motherfuckers dumb or what? They're like, and yeah, okay. Nobody notices that in the U.S. that people are like, huh? Question mark and shit, when it comes to the U.S. But it is what it is. But before we get into the politics, the main politics, the international politics, the tariffs, and all the other shit that's going on the global stage, because there is stuff going on, I thought we would take it light and just review some of the things that are holding us back, the real things that are holding us back, because we could do a lot better as Americans, but we do have one problem that seems to stop us, and that problem runs deep. It's been there for a while in the United States of America. Yes, it's nothing new. It's nothing new to us. I mean, we had this problem for a long time, but we just stopped short of, resolving all the issues, Yeah, it's hard to stomp out bigotry with freedom of speech. So we understand that everybody doesn't have to hold hands every day. You don't have to do that. But you also don't have to hate other people because they want to drink out of the same water fountain. You don't have to hate them for that either, right? Especially your own citizens. You don't have to do that. And you don't have to lie about your own citizens. You don't have to attack your own citizens. And by the way, if these other citizens pay taxes too, guess what? They're in the same situation you're in. Think about that. So you can try to rip down others in your own society, but you're only ripping yourself down. You're only ripping yourself down too. You know what I'm saying? So think about that. But let's get into the gist of why we rip ourselves down. I mean, because we never got over this dynamic of the 60s, the Voters' Right Acts, that allowed people like Martin Luther King down south to have a vote, because people wanted to kill and maim African Americans just because they wanted to vote in their own country. Same country they actually fought wars for, by the way. Did you know that? Yeah, that's right. Imagine that, fighting wars and then coming back home and you see people don't even want you to vote. Wow, I guess they just forgot that part too, but why? And how does it permeate others? How does it permeate everybody, this kind of senselessness, this ignorance? Because racism really is ignorance. It's not a science. It's not a science, actually. It's more like an ignorance, you know what I mean? That just hangs around in the corners and shit in the parks, the trailer parks, and hangs around in the desolate areas where we don't do anything to uplift people and shit. It just hangs there and people start hating on each other, and to the point where it spreads around so much, you have people that should not want to be racist actually just buckle to it and start, fuming out things that make no sense. But here's an example, and it happens to everybody, so don't get it twisted. Where we start on this little journey here, the first part of the segment, it's not where we're going to end. It starts off in one place, but it ends somewhere else, and I'm gonna let you be surprised about where it ends. So let's get into it. I just want to show you where the ignorance is really quickly. And again, so just give us some seconds, about 20 minutes, this first segment, and you will see, I will prove my point, and then we will get into some more of the other news stories that we like to cover here. So let's go.
That you need to be aware of, because I think people have gone into a state of osmosis about this. Mother Shekinah.
Pastor Jennings, I believe he's out of Harlem, New York. I mean, he actually ran for mayor, but listen to some of this nonsense that he's about to spit out of his mouth.
Wrote me a book about the building of Tuskegee, the school.
Tuskegee, the school. Tuskegee, it was a school, a black school in the South between the time of World War I and World War II. So,
and it's the land around it, and we'll talk about that at some point. And we thank God for Tuskegee and for Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. Washington, that's right. Turn of the century. Here we go.
But my friends, when I spoke,
shout out to Booker T. Washington too.
The Oxford Round Table, I think it was St. Anthony's College.
And on one, not to hold this up, but the Tuskegee Institute actually ended up being a training ground for black troops in World War II. Early on, they trained the first black African Americans that were allowed to fight in the military, right? They trained them there, airmen. So there are people known today that fought in World War II, also called the Tuskegee Airmen, and they had the best record out of the fighter pilots in World War II for the U.S. Just so people know that history. Google it. Tuskegee Airmen. I was lucky enough to meet a Tuskegee Airman with my oldest daughter, right, in DC in the Smithsonian Institute, where he was actually doing a book signing. So I really wish I can I have that picture somewhere, but I would love to show it. But if anybody gets the chance, there's not too many of them left. So I was blessed at that time. There was about something like, what is it, a little, maybe 15 years ago, roughly. Yeah. But listen to this.
Conglomeration of schools at Oxford. It's not just one school, it's a whole bunch of them that do various things. They all call Oxford. That school was built, the wall around the school and the building that I spoke in was built in the 12th century. It was a nice building, had a nice wall around it, nice wooden gates and everything. Old is the outdoors. But imagine building a building like that stood for years. And Cambridge, and one of the things about London in general is that most of the buildings there were built in the 11th and 12th century. Some built. We went into the name of that church where Queen Mary of Scots was buried, Church of England. What's the name of that church? Who? Westminster Abbey. Went to Westminster Abbey. And it was built in the 13th century. All those old buildings. Now I'm referencing the 11th century, the 12th century, because during that period of time, there were several phenomena going on. Most people were of the mindset that the earth was flat and that if you sail too far, you'd fall off of it. But the other thing is that there had never been a white man that had set foot on the continent of Africa in the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th, and 15th century. The white man had never set foot on the continent of Africa. It had always been all black all the time. The Great Wall of China, built similar times.
I mean, there's people that can contest some of the things that he's saying. I don't know. It depends on who you are if you want to contest it, but there's something more relevant I think is about to come up. It's interesting.
The Taj Mahal in India, the beautiful buildings in Russia. Peter the Great, who was a very unusual and unlikely and unseemly leader of Russia, turned out to be one of the best leaders of Russia. Peter the Great, tall fella, interesting, dynamic.
Isn't it interesting how he's talking about Russia too here? I just found that so interesting. You know, is that a coincidence or what? But listen to this.
Inquisitive mind, camouflaged himself and went to England to study shipbuilding. He wanted to build ships. And Moscow had been the leading city on the west coast of Russia, the biggest nation on the planet. And Kiev and a few other cities were around, and everybody just gathered around Moscow. But Peter the Great wanted to build another city because he believed that Russia should be a seagoing nation. He wanted to build ships. So he took a bunch of people down to the edge of the Black Sea and built St. Petersburg.
Stop right there. Is St. Petersburg on the Black Sea, on the edge of the Black Sea? Is St. Petersburg on the edge of the Black Sea? He's going to give a history lesson here. It's like, is St. Petersburg on the edge of the Black Sea? Hello? No, it's not. It's actually in the western part of Russia, and it's on the tip. It leads out into the Baltic Sea, man. It's the other one. It's the other side. What's up? This is so funny. So listen, I mean, this guy, look, did he prepare his sermon or what? Like, what did he do? Did he pick up a goddamn map or something when he was preparing his sermon?
He wanted to build another city because he believed that Russia should be a seagoing nation. He wanted to build ships. So he took a bunch of people down to the edge of the Black Sea and built St. Petersburg. I don't know if you know about St. Petersburg. It is a beautiful city.
It's a beautiful city because he's been to the edge of the Black Sea and seen St. Petersburg. He's visited there, huh?
It's an extraordinary city. I mean, they're just when Lenin took control of Russia after Peter the Great's death, many generations thereafter, Lenin, who wanted to rule all of Russia, changed the name of St. Petersburg to Leningrad. You may not be interested. A little history here tonight. But after the death of Lenin, and I forget under whose leadership it was, that the Russian people said, we changed the name of Leningrad back to St. Petersburg.
Keep in mind, he's educating African Americans here, quote unquote. Or I don't know. I don't even think he calls himself African. I think this is the part we're getting into. He's black, y'all. He's not African American. He's black. I don't know if he was black at this time or if he was African American at this time. But peep it. I mean, he doesn't know where St. Petersburg is. But let's continue. There's also some other, really, really disgusting things he says here. But let's go on.
It is St. Petersburg, and Lenin's ego got in his way. So it's now called St. Petersburg. But if you ever get a chance to go to Russia, don't go to Moscow. Well, go to Moscow too, because it's beautiful. But St. Petersburg, this man built one of the most beautiful working cities on the coast of where there was nothing there. And it is a show place to the world. St. Petersburg. Peter the Great builder, shipbuilder, great leader, scientist. He was Russia's Benjamin Franklin.
Bet you can't guess where he's going with this.
No white man ever set foot on the continent of Africa. You can't go to Africa and find anything that was built in the 11th century, 12th century, 13th century, 14th century. They're still standing today because nothing was ever built. You said, well, they had cities, they had the great Songhai Kingdom, there were the Mandingo, Zulus. Yeah, they did. They had large groups, tribes, but they lived in tents and they campfired. They didn't build anything. And the nations that they built all dissolved today. There's nothing there. You can go to Liberia. James Monroe gave
So he said all of that about St. Petersburg. He's just so he could get. No, he started off in London, then he went to St. Petersburg, and now he's going to go shit on Africans, right? Of course, obviously he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, but it's interesting that that's his inspiration. That's his inspiration. He got some sort of problem with Africans. You see what I mean? And he's living in Harlem, and he's preaching and telling people the history, that he knows apparently or doesn't know. But it's all leading up there.
Talbot family, millions and ships and sent them back. You go to Liberia, go to Monrovia now. They're running around there, young boys with machine guns and cutting off one another's hands. The place, they don't pick up the garbage, dead dogs stay in the street.
I'm wondering, does he even know the history of Liberia? Does he even know the history? Does he have any idea what he's talking about?
For days.
He didn't know. He doesn't know, huh? He doesn't know that African Americans were actually told that they could get reparations if they go to Liberia. They created a colonial, it was a colonial project, Liberia. Literally. Lincoln is Lincoln actually gave, promised people. Lincoln was sending, promising African Americans, if you leave America. That's what was going on, And I'm not shitting on Lincoln by saying that. I'm just saying it's a reality. It's real, and it wasn't just Africa. Places like Panama, South America, Central America, people left. People left. African Americans were promised. And guess what? Did they get it? Did they get it? Did they get the reparations when they got there? Okay, let's hear it. But it's interesting. He just skipped right over that part to today. Civil War, they just little kids got guns.
Mess. It's Africa. They don't know how to do nothing. Well, the white man has kept us from building. No, white man never.
Liberia is one of the American colonial projects in Africa, literally. Like we're talking about in that time, like seriously, seriously. I mean, outside of signing the Berlin Conference together with Russia. Do you see what I mean? Yes, Russia and the United States of America actually signed the Berlin Conference. So that's a colonial project in itself. You see what I mean? But let's listen. This is a black man, African American, black American. This is his education lesson for his followers who are also what? Black American, African American. This is the best he got.
White man
Look at that fancy suit he got. He got a big ass building. Pretty sure he's really living well off the hog.
was when they were building Cambridge and Oxford and England and Taj Mahal and building St. Petersburg.
He just mixed Taj Mahal up in there too and shit. Everybody else is building shit, but who wasn't building nothing?
No white man ever been to Russia, been to Africa. It was just in 1492 that Columbus had to convince the world that if you sail so far, you're not going to fall off. Remember, the world, everybody was pretty much thinking that this is the end of it. There's nothing.
That's not true. That's not true at all. That's not historical record.
There's not one city you can go from North Sahara all the way down to Cape Town. And
then people should really look at a map. People should really look at a map, because I know a lot of us have been trained to look at colors, right? Well, a lot of us have been trained to look at color, right? Not look at maps, right? But let me just bring this up real quick for people to get an idea of how ridiculous this statement is. This series of statements, right? Because he's going to make a series of statements. Now, you see Europe. Western Europe is north of Africa, directly north of Africa. It is, if you just go south from Europe, you hit Africa. How long do you have to travel? I'm sorry, but look, anyone who can tell you, has this dude ever looked at some DNA studies? What happened? I mean, he just skipped over huge parts of history anyway. I'm just saying, yeah. But in any case, it's pretty close. Pretty close. All right.
Not one city. There's not one building. There ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. And we got to come to terms with that. Some woman pointed out to me there's a rock somewhere in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe was once called Rhodesia. It was Zimbabwe. And it was named by Cecil Rhodes, who was a very wealthy Englishman who was one of the first that journeyed down into South Africa, even when there was fighting between the Zulus.
All right, enough of that. Let's keep on, just to show you, because see, he starts off shitting on Africans, right? That was obviously what this is pure self-hatred. I don't know where he got that lesson from. Did he get the lesson from a white supremacist? I'm not even going to blame white supremacists for that, because look, this is goddamn, what year is this? This is not that long ago. Okay. He should actually know better. He should know better, and he should invest some time in knowing better, especially as a leader, a quote unquote leader. I don't know how well he's leading, but check this out. This is more. He's not done. He didn't just shit on Africans, just so you think it's, oh no, it's just about Africans. No, it's not.
When you look at black people, you look at the African American people, what you will see are a people that, of all the people on the planet, have been the easiest people in time and antiquity to enslave.
I don't know. This man does not seem to know history at all, because the truth is that Africans didn't first arrive in North America regarding the triangular trade. They didn't arrive. They didn't arrive there first. They arrived in South America first, and in the Caribbean first. That's what happened. They came later. It spread up the coast. You see what I mean? The colonization spread up the coast. So this guy, maybe he never heard of all the slave revolts in South America. He didn't hear about any of that. No stories at all, huh? Interesting.
Nobody, no other people, while there have been enslavement, there have been nation capturing nations. When America came here and took this nation from the American.
How long did Rome have slaves? How long did Rome exist? I mean, it's just ridiculousness. It's just ridiculousness.
Indians, the Navajo, the Arapaho, the Cherokee, the Blackfoot, all of that America could not enslave the Indians. They wouldn't do it. They would not be slaves.
Some of them were. Some of them were. I don't know where he's getting this from. Some of them were, you know, I mean, but then again, it's hard to enslave a people on their own land. That's pretty hard to do. You know, it's easier to transport people, bring them to a place that they don't know and control them, kidnap people. That's easier to do. How long does it take kidnap people that are kidnapped to find their way home? How long does it take? How old were these people when they were kidnapped?
They would not serve the purpose of slave, not even indentured servants. They wouldn't do it. The American Indians would not. It's been tried in.
But Europeans would be indentured servants. See, I don't understand where this dude is going with this shit. He's all over the damn place. He's all over the damn place. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so in your same country, you had people of European descent that were indentured servants. But he's saying all of this garbage to say that, just to talk down about African Americans. His own group of people, the people he descends from, whatever you want to call them. I mean, it's just madness. And this guy, I think this guy tried to run against Mamdani. He tried to run against Mamdani. I'm serious.
France has been tried in India.
And then he goes on. What do you think he said about the black people that voted for Mamdani after he talked down to them like this? I mean, why would they vote for him? Why would they vote for him? Why would an African American vote for him when he's saying this shit? I mean, that was easy. That was an easy choice. Do I vote for the black man that said Africans ain't never do shit? Ain't never build shit? Should I vote for the guy that said African Americans are the easiest people to enslave, man? They're the easiest ones throughout all of history. Yeah, I'll vote for that guy. He's nice. He likes me.
And took this nation from the American Indians, the Navajo, the Arapaho, the Cherokee, the Blackfoot, all of that. America could not enslave the Indians. They wouldn't do it. They would not be slaves. They would not serve the purpose of slave, not even indentured servants. They wouldn't do it. The American Indians would not. It's been tried in France. It's been tried in India with the class systems. It's been tried with peoples all over. Russia has tried it. Nobody has made as good a slave as black people. The ones
black people
on the dark continent of Africa.
Woo! Listen, just for people to know, you know, because obviously you can't let a man rant forever like this. What he's saying obviously is not true. Here it is. Hundreds of thousands of Native Americans were enslaved in territories that became part of the United States. While American history often focuses primarily on transatlantic trade of African people, indigenous enslavement, frequently referred to by historians as other slavery, was a massive, widespread practice. Why did this dumb idiot not know it? Why does he not know this? See, taking American history more serious it really does instill in you an understanding of how to navigate today with people. And it instills that mechanism, that survival trait of how to survive today within your own people when you teach it properly.
Of course, they don't call it that anymore. Nobody.
All right. During the 17th century, colonial European trade, native slaves during the 17th century, 18th century, European colonists actively captured, bought, and traded Native Americans for forced labor. The southern colonies in places like South Carolina, that's a famous place. A lot of slave plantations down there. Anybody ever heard of any? I know a few. Native Americans was a major economic driver. Historian Alex Gillette estimates that between the 1600s and 1750s, more Native Americans were exported out of Charleston than African slaves were imported into. I don't understand this man. And anybody who listens to him should smack him in the fucking face when he says these stupid things, especially if you're black. Because he is a disgrace of a black man. I'm just saying that. He's a disgrace of a human being. Remove the color. I'm only saying that because, damn, you talking down on your own people, bro. Like, what the hell is up with that? But he's also a disgrace of a human being for spouting lies about Native Americans, lies about African Americans, and lies. Period. Damn, you done told a lie about St. Petersburg, man. What the fuck? He started off with that. Damn. Okay. Wow. New England colonies following the conflicts like Pequot War, 1636 to 1638, and King Philip's War, 1675 and 1676. New England colonies routinely enslaved thousands of surrendered or captured Native men, women, and children. Many were forced into local household servitude and shipped as labor to Caribbean plantations in places like Barbados. Spanish Southwest, long before and after California, the New Mexico became part of the U.S. Spanish missions, and settlers subjected indigenous populations to forced labor under systems like encomienda and repartimiento, as well as debt peonage. Did I pronounce that right? Native on native slavery. Slavery also existed among indigenous nations prior to European contact, though its nature was fundamentally different. But here you get the point. The man was just wrong right off the top, you know, and this is what he's preaching. And there's no need to go further into too much further. I mean, I don't know where his dumbass rant is going to. It's going somewhere stupid, by the way, somewhere hurtful, somewhere harmful to his own people primarily. But let's hear a little more.
Has been a good a slave as black people. The ones on the dark continent of Africa, of course they don't call it that anymore. Nobody has been a good a slave as black people. Now, I'm not saying this because I dislike black people.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I know. Well, you're saying it because you don't know what the hell you're saying. You don't know history. That's the main reason why you're saying it. But can we trust you don't know history? Or are you doing this on purpose? Because it's such a bad history lesson. It makes one wonder, like, are you one of the deceivers among your own people being paid to do this? Like, who'd you go hang out with before you made this video? The KKK?
I live in a black skin. I live under... Well, I suppose culturally people will identify me as an African American, and I live in a black skin. The name that I have, James Manning, comes from the Irish that lived in South Carolina that gave liberty to my father and my mother. But I live in a black skin. I'm not saying the things about black people because...
Notice how he said gave liberty. What? He said gave liberty. Is he sure about that? Is he sure about that? I'm not contesting it. I'm just saying, is he sure? That's an interesting phrase. Gave liberty. Because I seem to remember a whole lot of Africans fighting in America for their freedoms, making free townships in South America, in islands also that spread the anti, slavery movement, the freedom movement spread all the way to Haiti after South America. You know, the African revolt was the catalyst to the split up of Gran Colombia, which was a huge, massive Spanish settlement, Gran Colombia, that broke into 5 different nations because of these revolts. The first free townships of African people in America were in South America. Those revolts spread to the Caribbean, and Haiti is one of the places that it spread to, and Haiti became the first free basically African state or black country in the region because of those revolts. It's facts. It's facts. You know, I mean, and then the Haitians, guess what the Haitians did? They helped the Americans fight against who? To create the United States of America. They were the biggest black contingency, military contingency that fought in the War of Independence. Why does this man not know that?
I would want to hurt or harm them or not identify with them. I'm saying it because it's historically true.
Not.
Search the records.
I have.
When the Jews went into...
Eric, he's about to talk about your people now, bro. Here we go again. When the Jews did what?
Search the records. When the Jews went into Egypt, to be slaves.
He's about to go there, boy. Should I let it play? I don't know. I don't know if because if he mangled everything else, bro, he's about to really get busy. He's about to really get busy now, boy. Woo-wee. Oh my God. I don't even think I can play this part. It's just to illustrate. Let's keep it in America now. For the moment, but it's to illustrate this guy, man. These are the things we have to get over, and he's not the only one. He's definitely. It's not just this black dude. If you think I'm talking about racist gutter pastors, you know, racist gutter religious people, or just racist gutter people, gutter racist preaching. He's definitely not the. I mean, he's not the majority. It's, you know what I'm saying. He's just one that seems to have survived to make it this far and still be talking now and shit. Look at what he said about Mamdani. This is ridiculous. Look at this.
Now, I must admit, y'all, I did not know this man was still alive. There's a man by the name of Pastor Manning, and he's had a number of legendary rants over the years. He's one of these people that you listen to him and you go, he's got to be trolling, right? Like,
look, this is why we don't have universal health care in the U.S. because of dumb shit like this. This is why. This is why Americans, at best 45% of the taxes Americans pay actually go to something useful in their own goddamn life. Like, seriously, this type of ignorance, this type of bigotry, and he definitely is the minority.
Like, he doesn't actually think the things here that he's saying. Like, this is all a bit. It's one long.
I think so. That's what I suspect. No one can preach history this bad and be this ignorant on accident. You know, it's designed to fool black people, black Americans. It's designed to get them to vote against their best interest. And every group has somebody out there selling them out. Plenty of white Americans fall for same shit from white pastors or others that are just preaching ignorant shit.
Long bit that he's done for decades of his life. But no, I think he means it. I think he's real. I think he's genuine and heartfelt, and he's
maybe is he? I don't know. I don't think so myself. I wouldn't trust it anyway. You know.
Actually this crazy, but he is this elderly black pastor who just had, I don't know what specific branch of Christianity he represents, but this guy is just
the bigoted one,
out of his mind. By the way, he's debated Cenk Uygur in the past. I highly recommend you guys go check that out over at the Young Turks.
I actually seen his ass in an interview with Lord Jamar. Not surprised, by the way. You know, wow, Lord Jamal, you really fell, bro. Like, you really fell from the mathematics, bro. Like, damn.
Hilarious debate he had with Cenk and Anna, I believe, and they've covered some of his clips over the years. But here he is. I believe he's located in New York City, and he's ranting here against Zoran Mamdani and his wife. And what happens next is absolute magic. Here we go.
Any nigga who had the slightest inclination to vote for Mondami, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. You sick. Mondami had a celebration down in City Hall of all the immigrants, all the Muslims, all the immigrants down there. No niggas. Here's a man that hates the Constitution and that which makes us Americans. He's a Muslim, for crying out loud.
Oh.
He's a jihadist.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Pastor Manning, no. First of all, accusing Zoran of hating the Constitution in the age of Trump is just the most psychopathic thing I've ever heard in my life. You have a president who every day finds a new creative way to destroy the Constitution and light it on fire, right? Whether it's all the ICE stuff, no due process, for example, no habeas corpus, no more warrants, all that stuff. The illegal wars. And he's saying Zoran's the one who violates the Constitution and calling him a jihadist. Oh, my goodness. Just like, it's just like the most standard Islamophobic playbook shit you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's Muslim, therefore he's a jihadist. He was marching in the motherfucking Pride Parade as a mayor, bro. Is that something Al-Qaeda would do? Is that what they...
But Pastor Manning is definitely anti-LGBTQ. He is. Yeah, and people are going to find that out. But
you do. Wasn't the knock on the jihadists is like, not only do you want to...
But here's the thing. He's anti-LGBTQ, anti-Islam, but listen to how he talk about his own people. Did you hear one positive thing he said about his own people? Like, he just referred to his own people as niggas. Like, seriously.
Spread your...
After saying they ain't never built nothing. I mean, what the fuck?
Religion through violence, but also like, you throw gay people off of roofs and shit and you kill them. And here he is marching in the gay pride parade and they're like, nope, still a jihadist. Well, what the fuck can you do to disprove it then? Oh, my days. Oh, my days.
He's a jihadist at core. His wife is a lesbo jihadist, no. Hamas supporter, intifada believer. Here you nigga talking about Mondami gonna give us a free bus ride. Hell, it doesn't matter if they're handing out free sandwiches in hell, I ain't going. Nigga, are you crazy? You get a free bus ride. Don't get a free bus. Get your ass a job. Get a job, nigga. Go to work. Free bus ride. I always want something free. Well, he's our boy. All you gotta say to get a nigga is say we got free food. And that nigga talking we got free grocery stores. You should have seen the niggas jumping up and down.
Oh my days. So he started with, he's got...
You know, somebody in the chat said, what is this? Truth isn't always positive. Oh, yeah. The guy also said that St. Petersburg was on the edge of the Black Sea. Yeah, you're right. Truth isn't always positive. Is that truth? I mean, that's where he started off. You probably missed that. You missed it. You need to rewind the tape. Yes, he gave a beautiful lesson about St. Petersburg and where it's located on the map.
No black people.
I guess if he got that wrong, he got everything else right then, right?
When he did this announcement for whatever, he had no black people around him. And now he's like, you know the problem? Black people love him too much. They were jumping up and down because they get free shit. And you know how those black people are. They love some free shit. Oh, my God. This is as racist as fucking Bull Connor in the 1950s, bro. What are you doing, Pastor Manning? You can't... Okay, I know you're an elderly black man, but this is still some racist-ass shit. This is the most racist shit I've ever heard in my...
It ain't even elderly. It's just ignorant. It's not even, you know, it's not even cool to put this on elderly black people or even African Americans. It's not even, you know, you can't even put that on. This dude is a minority, but it's so interesting how these kind of voices get brought out and popularized. Who's funding? Who's sliding dollars in his pocket behind the door? That's what I suspect. You know, I mean, is he paying taxes? I wonder, you know, but for some reason he's not, you know, he's not the only one. There's a lot of people that seem to get popular from spreading this thing, right? And has people voting against their own best interest. While, yeah, exactly. You know, seriously. And it's not just black people. You know, all groups of people have these kind of coons out there getting them to vote against their own best interest.
I live like, you know, those black people, they love some free shit. They're lazy as a motherfucker. And it went from, oh, he's got no black people behind him supporting him to black people love him too much. Oh, my days. Oh, no, Pastor. Oh, no, Pastor.
Exactly.
He's our boy. All you gotta say to get a nigga is say we got free food. And that nigga talking we have free grocery stores. You should have seen the niggas jumping up and down. Won't work, don't got a job, can't hold a job, ain't got no money, don't have no security. But now they gonna give us a free food. Damn! I don't need you to give me no free food. I buy my own. There's something wrong with black folks.
It's so funny because aren't black Americans a minority in New York? So who are all the other people that voted for Mom Donnie? How can you win just with black votes, African American votes, or black votes in New York City? How's that possible? Is that rational? Is that rational? So he's basically turning it into a black thing when it's not. It's a taxes thing. It's a taxation with or without representation thing. A question of how much representation do you get for your taxes? That's what it's about. That's called the United States of America Constitution. That's called the founding of the country. That's what you're supposed to think about if you live in a democracy where there's taxes. That's actually hitting the bullseye. You know, this dude is like, you ain't supposed to want that with your tax money. It's not free when it's your fucking tax money, asshole. Like, what's up with, and it's just teaching the exact opposite thing. Everybody else wants something for their taxes, but not y'all. You shouldn't have it. Don't you ever think? You know, it's like, damn, dude. Like, and he turns it into a racial. I mean, he's doing the work for the KKK.
This guy Moses,
and he's doing a great job at it too.
Moses in trouble. You think I shopped him?
Who goes to this church? Who goes to this church and sits there in the front row and they nod? That's right, Pastor. You tell him. Like, what? Who's listening to this going?
I think somebody's greasing his palms. I think somebody is greasing his palms. Just like a lot of places, you see a lot of these people, you got to ask, who's really paying the bills? Yeah, they might have a little support, but who's really paying those bills? Who's really behind it?
That's my guy right there. He said, lesbo jihadist wife. He's got a lesbo jihadist wife. What does that even mean? There's no such thing as a lesbo jihadist. I mean, you can't be both those things simultaneously without immediately outing yourself and being public enemy number one of the jihadist group you're presumably a part of. I can't. Oh, my days. By the way, why are they crashing out?
Yeah, so, you know, there he is now. He's going to get on. He's not the only one, so don't get it twisted. I'm not even trying to say that this is the majority that do this kind of stuff, right? But, you know, this is what it is in his community, too, you know, so let's peep that because he's on LGBT hard, you know. Me, myself, you know, and I don't like talking this way. I am myself, but me, myself, I'm a heterosexual man. I like women. That's what I'm interested in when we're talking about those kind of things, right? But having said that, I don't think about other people and what they're doing because I'm busy doing me. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I want to think about something I'm not into? That doesn't make any sense, you know? So let people do the things they're into. You should be happy to have the freedom to do you, right? Don't you do that? That's what I do. I'm not out there trying to figure out who's gay. Where you at, gay people? No, that's not what I'm doing. If I'm trying to go find a date, I'm looking for women that like men. Duh. You know what the fuck? I mean, hey, freedom of choice. You know what I'm saying? And this guy's out there ranting on people like, damn, what did these people do to you, man? Like, don't think he's not talking about women either. He got on women hard. Yo, he got on women hard. Women, what do you think he said about Kamala Harris just being a woman? You know, you think he thinks a woman should be the president? You think he thinks a woman should be the CEO of any corporation? Do you think he does after you heard all of this shit? No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
This is our building, and it's not going to go away. What I am concerned about, how ludicrous it is that anyone thinks that this church would be turned over to the sodomites simply because they don't like the message that we preach.
You faggots! You lesbos! You are perverted! You white devils is who you are!
I've been in Harlem for about 2.5 years, and I found it so disturbing, disgusting, and revolting, the signs that they have.
This foreclosure is a bogus foreclosure inspired by the de Blasio administration, probably prompted by Obama to finally try to shut up my very strong voice. We don't owe the taxes. And I've demonstrated I can bring you the judge's order.
Did he just mention somebody's name? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's see here.
Yourself waking up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn." Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at
Pastor
the ceiling,
Jennings?
convinced that the former
Pastor
president
Jennings?
who left offices years ago
Pastor Manning?
is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome.
Yes, I think he is. You know, yo, dude, you got to pay taxes like anybody else. What the fuck? He blamed taxes on Obama and shit, man. What the hell?
Foreclosure.
Does he even know when taxes started, income tax started in the United States, or taxes in general? I'm curious about that.
Is a bogus foreclosure inspired by the de Blasio administration, probably prompted by Obama to finally try to shut up my very strong voice. We don't owe the taxes. And
taxes were taxes were prompted by Obama, huh? Is that what that was?
Demonstrated I can bring you the judge's order stating that we don't owe the taxes. We're tax exempt. We're church, for crying out loud.
You hear that? Tax exempt. So I wonder who's greasing his palms. Who's greasing his palms for real? I'm just curious about that, because I'm a firm believer. I don't know, but I'm a firm believer in most of these hate groups. They get their palms greased somehow, you know.
This church is not going anywhere. Who said so? Because faggots want to buy it? I believe that before this building is ever inhabited by any sodomite, homosexual, faggot group, that men will be carrying babies.
This stream is obviously not going to be monetized. It's not going to be. But listen, people heard enough. So this guy doesn't like Mom Donnie. So he's still alive. He's current. You know, I think he ran against Mom Donnie and he lost. You see what I'm saying? He ranted on Black Americans, African Americans, for voting for Mom Donnie. But we're a minority, and especially in New York. And he made it seem like the reason why we voted is because we want something for free. Who told him that? Who told him that? Who told him that? I mean, so did everybody who voted for Mom Donnie? That's basically who he's describing, but he actually makes black people feel like they're wrong for thinking like other Americans. That's just bigoted, you know, among all the other shit, you know, that you heard. You know, he's a vile character, but it's not the only spot where this is going on, and it's not the only way that this is going on. And just to illustrate something, I mean, this is a big problem that keeps people separated. This religious bigotry, you know, under the guise of religion, under the guise. But peep this. This is not the U.S. right here. We're going to go back into the U.S., but I just want to illustrate something here, that it's not just a problem in the United States, although we have a huge problem, because think about it. Israel has universal health care. They can go to school. It's not a matter of your money when you go to school in Israel. You know what I'm saying? So here.
In northern Israel, a Catholic parade thanks God for protecting the image of Virgin Mary. Today, it's these Christians who feel they need protection.
These extremists, whether Muslim, whether Jews, is raising more and more.
We are afraid because there was an escalation, very dangerous escalation.
That escalation is of hate crimes against Christians in Israel. In this Jerusalem church, the words "Jesus is garbage" was scrawled on the side wall. At the Vatican's Jerusalem headquarters, recent graffiti threatened death to Arabs and Christians and all those who hate Israel. The church believes the perpetrators are ultra-nationalist Orthodox Jews. Outside the site, believed to be both King David's tomb and the Last Supper room, they protest a rumor the building will be handed over to the Vatican.
If someone will give up 1 inch from that tomb, they'll start a war between Jews and Christians. God forgive us.
Israeli police must protect everyone equally, and they say they're trying to protect Christians.
Action has been taken in the past by police operations as well as undercover operations, not just the Israeli National Police, but also secret security services who have also been involved. That's how seriously we're taking.
So I just wanted to play this to illustrate that, this kind of confusion and exists in a lot of places, but it's harmful. It's harmful because it holds people back. It holds people back. It really does. In my view, that's just my opinion. That's why I'm here. It holds people back. So just peep that. Now, here's another illustration going back to the U.S. of how stupid this is, right? Just peep game. Peep game here.
The white supremacist next door. This is the story of what happened when an ambitious racist moved into a tiny town with big plans to create a white homeland. Wait until you see what happened next, and then what happened when my Nightline co-anchor Byron Pitts tried to interview the man at the center of the controversy.
Leaf, North Dakota. Blink and you might just miss it.
911, your emergency. The police right away. They're out there with guns. They're yelling at my husband. They've been yelling. Where are you? We're in Leaf.
But this sleepy hamlet was shocked to its core after a mysterious stranger came to town.
Craig Cobb came to Leaf 3 years ago, said he just wanted to live here, and he said he might have some friends joining him. At the time, he just seemed like a lonely person, and kind of felt sorry for him for a while until I realized what his plan was.
That plan soon became clear.
People's comfort level is best when they're amongst their own.
Craig Cobb came to Leaf on a mission. Take over this microscopic town of 20 people and turn it into an enclave for white supremacists. Ryan Lenz of the Southern Poverty Law Center has been tracking Craig Cobb for years.
He announces. Notice how it's called the Southern Poverty Law Center. Because this shit is making people poor, yo. I mean, seriously, it's making, when you talk about the U.S., this is making people, this is what makes poverty in the U.S. Literally, I'm totally convinced this is at the root. Of course, wealthy people like Elon Musk, they use this ignorance and this poverty against people in some very wicked ways, I have to say, Machiavellian ways. You know what I mean? To keep them obsessed with it and in 2026. But
his plans on a message board frequented by racists called Vanguard News Network. He says that he's purchased some.
Notice he said on a message board. You see, so this is the internet days. This is during the internet. That shit spreads, in a huge way.
Properties, and he's encouraging others to come follow him. He was trying to turn it into a white homeland.
It was scary. He had actually owned enough property, 12, 14 lots he had owned. Well, if he could have put one family for sure on each lot, he would have had control of the town.
His campaign attracted.
Now it goes to show you here, the good part about it is that it goes to show you that everybody's not in agreement. This guy's trying to make a white homeland and shit in North Dakota somewhere, and somebody else that looks just like him, same ethnicity, is saying, man, what the hell is wrong with you? This is weird. Like, get out of here. Stop this bullshit. And that would be an intelligent person that's saying that,
attracts national media attention.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement. Their visit to Leith draws hundreds of protesters.
Hey, Pete, did you just hear that? They're called the Nationalist Socialist Movement. Wow. I wonder if Trump is against them. Peep this. MAGA Mike Johnson.
One family for
you
sure.
Scared, you scared of them, the Nationalist Socialist Movement, y'all?
Each lot, he would have had a control of the town.
His campaign attracts national media attention.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement.
The radical hate group, the Nationalist Socialist Movement. Did you hear that? Trump, where you at? Do you hate the Nationalist Socialist Movement? Isn't this ironic? Isn't this ironic? Mom Donnie, did you hear that? Mom Donnie, pay attention, New York. Pay attention, y'all. all you socialist, democratic socialists out there, pay attention. You got friends out here.
He actually owned enough property.
They want socialism, y'all.
14.
They want free stuff. Pastor Manning.
Lots he had owned. Well, if he could have put one family for sure on each lot, he would have had control of the town.
His campaign attracts national media attention.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement. Their visit to Leith draws and support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement. Their visit to Leith draws hundreds. Radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement. 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 Radical hate group, the National Socialist. Radical hate group, radical hate, radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement.
Interesting. Nationalist Socialist Movement. I got to check in on that. They want free stuff, right?
Visit to Leith draws hundreds of protesters. It becomes the subject of a documentary called Welcome to Leith, the once peaceful town. Peaceful no more.
All of the people in Leith who are against me, are you going to blame me for that?
And they came in very strong, stating that they're going to take the town over, they're going to take the voting over.
But those shouts fall on deaf ears. Cobb succeeds in moving in his first family.
Every day I was concerned whether I would be able to stop him or not.
Mayor Ryan Shook organizes a series of emergency city council meetings, working tirelessly to safeguard the community from the supremacists next door.
Cobb went off on a complete rampage that night. He was in everybody's faces with his laptop computer.
Cobb went from being this fringe figure. He was a racist drifter. And then he was famous.
Today on a Trisha exclusive.
In the middle of the confrontation, Cobb is challenged to take a DNA test to prove his white heritage. The results were revealed on the Trisha.
What do you think the results revealed, y'all? Okay, yeah, tell me, what do you think the results? I'm just saying, this is what's holding back the U.S., man. This is why people vote against their best interest. Racism, bigotry is why Americans don't have universal health care. It's very simple. It's why America, in the richest country on earth, people can't even fucking get into technical, trade schools. They can't afford it. University people have debt their whole life. Their whole life. This is why. This is how prevalent it is.
Today on a.
He's going to take a DNA test, though. That's why I say, did you take it? Put a 1 in the chat if you've taken a DNA test. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. I'm curious about that. Everybody, please. And do me a favor, click the like button. If you've taken a DNA test, put a 1 in the chat. I'm going to put a 1 because I have. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious. Also, we're going to have to ask dead, whatever the fuck his name is, take a DNA test, okay? That's what we really want to know, okay? Okay, 6 cents, you haven't taken a DNA test? Nike, you ain't taking a DNA test? Rafika. Oh, Rafika took a DNA test. Okay, there you go. Who else? Come on now. Ed, have you taken a DNA test? Eric Klein, have you taken a DNA test, Ed? Eric. Brian, have you taken a DNA test? Gracefully, have you taken a DNA test? Put a 1 in the chat, everybody. who has taken a DNA test. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. Madam, let me know. Christian, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you have taken a DNA test. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. Because this man took a DNA test. What do you think the results are? He's a white supremacist. He wanted to make an all-white town in North Dakota. The name of his racist party, skinheads and Puritan whites, they are called the Nationalist Socialist Movement. Mom Donnie, peep game, yo. Peep game. They want free stuff, apparently, according to Pastor Manning. See, you see how stupid Pastor Manning is and shit? He's like, black people want free stuff. Who the hell would vote for Mom Donnie? Black people. It's only black people. They're the stupidest people on earth. Only black people will fall for this. And here you have it. Some white people. This is wild, man. You can't make it up. You don't have to go far to discover this. It's
exclusive. In the middle of the confrontation, Cobb is challenged to take a DNA test to prove his white heritage. The results were revealed on the Trisha Goddard Show.
Craig Paul Cobb has undergone DNA testing to determine genetic ancestry. 86% European and 14% Sub-Saharan African.
Whoa! Gotta hear that again.
86% European and 6% European and 14% Sub-Saharan African. 14% Sub-Saharan African. 14% Sub-Saharan African. 14% 14% Sub-Saharan African.
Wait a minute.
Sub-Saharan African. 14% Sub-Saharan African.
Wait a minute.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, this is interesting. So I guess is he going to be excluded from his all-white town? I mean, really, that's the natural question after that.
Hold on. Just wait a minute. This is called statistical noise.
Sweetheart, you have a little black in you.
Still asserting his pure Aryan heritage, Cobb returns to Leith, armed and ready.
This is Mr. Cobb and my lover, kind of.
See, and this is what you call, he was ignorant before. And what you're about to see here is called stupid. Because he got the facts, but he proceeded as if he didn't. You see what I mean? He proceeded as if that knowledge could not influence his mindset at all. You know, and it should if you want to be rational about shit.
In Dutton, patrolling with sexy-ass guns. Yes, it is.
With guns loaded and cell phone cameras rolling, they set off on foot patrols.
I'm not shooting you, am I? Hey, look. I'm one of the most famous.
What's he going to do with the gun? I mean, is he going to put the gun towards him and shoot that 14% Sub-Saharan African out of him? Is that what his plan is? Like, really? I'm serious. What if... I mean, yeah, really. Don't you know? You never heard of the one drop rule in the United States of America? Did you know that a quote unquote African American with the last name Whitey, he was very, very light and he had blue eyes, but one of his parents was black and he knew that. All right. So he identified as a Negro, and on paper, he was a Negro. On paper, literally on paper. He worked for the NAACP. He's one of the most prolific characters in the NAACP. Why? Because he could go back and forth from north to south, and they were looking for him, and they could never find. They were hunting him because he was, part of the NAACP. They could never find the guy. Yeah, just so you know. Just so you know. And it's a lot of Americans in the South like that. A lot of them. Did you know there's many, many Americans that look white, and in that time their paperwork said they were Negroes? And where do you think they had to live according to the law when they wanted to see your papers? Where do you think they had to live? They had to live where their papers said could live. So a lot of people went north.
Residents of Leith take shelter in their homes, worried that Cobb and Dutton could turn violent.
They have fired the first.
Yep.
I fired the second Maybe the second and third.
Cobb's placed under arrest in November of 2013 and charged with terrorizing and menacing his...
For the people that don't know, this group is called the Nationalist Socialist Movement. Yeah, they were some white supremacists. Yeah.
Neighbors by the Grant County Sheriff's Department.
Their leader is 14% sub-Saharan African.
He ultimately takes a plea deal, pleading guilty to one felony count of terrorizing, and is placed on 4 years probation.
We got through it. We thank God every day that we're still alive.
What's up, Patrick?
Craig Cobb is now out of jail and agreed to a sit-down interview. But
so, that's crazy because he actually went out to kill what?
We got through it. We thank God every day that we're still alive.
He tried to kill them. He tried to get them. Seriously, this is crazy. This is crazy, but it just illustrates the senselessness in the United States of America. It illustrates the problem. It illustrates the problem, like seriously. And it's not just a color thing. It's a education thing. It's an education thing, seriously. And it permeates people that lack education in this particular topic. Right? It's sad, but yeah, you can see.
Craig Cobb is now...
Let's see a little more of this crazy shit.
Out of jail and agreed to a sit-down interview. But when I landed, my producer told me there had been a change of plans.
Welcome to lovely Minot, North Dakota.
So just wanted to sort of give you the rundown of what happened while you were on the flight.
Okay.
So I got a call from Craig Cobb. He said, I hope that you're not sending a Negro presenter. And, he said I would almost rather talk to a Jew because then at least they would be intelligent. I just said, essentially, we're looking forward to having a conversation with you. We really want to talk to you. And he pretty much ended the conversation there and used the N-word and said, I'm not going to talk to an N-word. So I think what we want to do is have you call him.
Okay. I've interviewed my share of separatist and racist over the years, from David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the KKK, to 24-year-old Matt Heimbach, who's been called the future of organized hate in America. But none like this guy, Craig Cobb. Yet on the phone, I'm surprised by his friendly demeanor.
I guarantee you none of them take DNA tests. I guarantee it.
So unlike the man we saw in the videos.
This is Byron Pitts from ABC News. How are you this evening, sir? Thank you. Bye-bye. Maybe a change of heart. He was very gracious on the phone, sounded like a real gentleman, a reasonable man. Hello, sir. This is Byron Pitts.
But a few minutes later, Cobb calls back after he Googled my name. He's not pleased to see that I'm black, or a mulatto, as he called me.
A mulatto? What does that mean? Let's see. So the options were high yellow or mulatto or black man? You just call me Byron.
Cobb says
This is why Americans don't have universal health care. This is why education is so expensive in the United States of America. This is why people have a lifetime of debt because they went to college in the United States of America. This is why you have a president like Donald Trump. This is why. Because of people that think like this. And the subject here is a man who has 14% sub-Saharan African DNA that is the leader of a white supremacist group called the Nationalist Socialist Movement. I mean, it's all bizarre. It's all bizarre. It is all bizarre. It's all bizarre. So, yeah. Are they communists now? Are they communists? What are they? What does that mean now? It's pretty interesting now. Hold on. He's not the only one. We're almost done. Peep this. It's going to wind. Hold on. Sorry about that. It's going to Here we go. Sorry about that. Here we go. We're going to.
Does anybody remember the legendary Dave Chappelle?
We're gonna bring it back to something a little more serious on this topic before we get into the other news. But check this
skit where Chappelle plays the blind KKK leader. You know, at the end of the skit, he finds out that he was actually black. Well, that kind of happened in real life, except the white supremacist we're talking about, he's not even blind. Check this out.
Craig Cobb. Craig Paul Cobb has undergone DNA testing to determine genetic ancestry. 86% European and
Give it to him. Give it to him.
14% Sub-Saharan African.
Wait a minute.
Hey.
Hold on. Just wait a minute.
So.
This is called statistical noise.
Yeah, it's called statistical noise, according to him. All right, so let's keep it going. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, you know, if you're really into studying migration and studying the history of people, right? And migration is the history of people. It's the study of history of people, you know, particular to migration. But all roads lead back pretty much to the same space, you know. And, you know, you will find a lot of cross connections, you know, from Europe to Africa. And you will find this going back, you know, 11,000 years and more. As far back as they can, you know, do your genomes, as far back as they can actually do human genomes so far until they find some older bodies that have DNA, you know, DNA that's good enough to use. But so far it goes back, they've gone back 11,000 years. So they know. They already know. You see what I mean? And you should know. People should know, you know. And that's why I actually said in this song, you know what I'm saying? What's the part of the line I say in that they don't know song? Your skin. Oh yeah. What do I say? Damn, I have to play it. Something about skin color dictates your race. Or they try to teach you that your skin color dictates your race. They calling you a fool to your face. And that's literally what it is, you know, and people just have to come to grips with that, because this is one of the more you know, ridiculous forms of bigotry when you know history. Right. And yeah, but in any case,
garbage.
Here, let me turn that down. Damn, that's pretty loud. Here we go. Here's more.
Person of the week, informally, I guess, would have to be either Tyler Robinson or the white supremacist who shot up the high school.
Now, notice how it says garbage people of the week. Yeah, this is and this is a big problem in the United States of America. Like, if you want to know why our politics is so strange, it is because of basically racism, bigotry, as you've seen be spread all in this Trump administration, right? Anti-LGBT, anti-woke. These are all code words, basically going back to the same thing. Even anti-women, like, really. And so you get a person like Trump, because the people that believe in that stuff voted for Trump. Do they take DNA tests? Probably not.
Cool. Generally, this segment doesn't do the actually serious people. We do lighter stuff. But those are obviously real garbage people. Let's be clear about that. I also considered making it Laura Loomer once again, because she's on the internet the past few days telling everyone that they need to be really polite. Meanwhile, I remember when, like 2 months ago, she said that if the crocodiles at Alligator Alcatraz get hungry, she's got 65 million potential meals for them, referencing the number of what she thinks is undocumented migrants in America. So just, you know, she's absolute trash. But we're going to go to a different direction. Okay, I'm going to make it Pastor Joel Webbin, who I don't think we've ever talked about before, who had this to say about parenthood and race.
If you're a Christian white parent who loves the Lord and loves your children, that you need to have the talk. The talk that we're referencing is the talk that takes your children according to their maturity at the proper time, the appropriate time, and says, there are certain parts of town that you cannot go. And there are certain people that you cannot be around. If you go into a crowd of strangers, and they're white strangers, there's some danger. If they're black strangers, there is 30 times more danger. Them's the facts.
Is that a fact or is that a lie?
And it is actually a failure of your parental duty. White parents, please hear me. If you teach your children growing up, if you lie to them and say all people and all races of people in our country are the same, they are not. You are actually depriving your child of factual, truthful information that could save their life.
Now, to be clear, that is Pastor Joel Webbin. That's not Matt Walsh. I know that you might think that because he looks like him and he's saying the exact sort of thing that Matt Walsh, but it's not. It's Joel Webbin. And them's the facts. So anyway, look, just saying something like horrendous and racist or whatever, like you can't just say them's the facts after and it becomes common sense. That's not actually how logic or argumentation works. But that guy wants to like basically say you should be racist. Not like for personal reasons. It's your duty as a parent to be racist. And if you're not, you're endangering your kids. Look, my kid's 2 years old. I don't want her randomly walking into a crowd of anybody because that's a lot of people and she's very, very tiny. But the race doesn't have anything to do with it. Like the belief that you can just attribute to an entire group of people these dark motivations, it is to me one of the reasons that I focus as much on the isms, racism, and also the phobias and all that is because it isn't just terrible and it isn't just hateful. It represents real, measurable brain damage. These are people who are not capable of moving through the world, interpreting what happens, and coming to reasonable conclusions. Their brain is damaged in a way that they cling to the belief that they are superior because of what they were born into. And I hate it. I hope that this person doesn't have followers, but I would not be surprised to find out that on TikTok he's got 6 million followers or something like that. Anyway, that's my garbage person. Waz, what do you make of it?
Where do you find these crowds randomly of blacks? Like, I'd really like to know, like, where are we just randomly congregating at and just like these huge crowds that are just like hyenas and we're just ready to like rip white girls apart? Like, where are these crowds, John?
I don't know. Certain parts of town, them's the facts. Yeah, no, it's absolutely disgusting. Let me give you just a little bit more information about this person. Joel Webbin is a hardcore Christian nationalist who believes women should not have the right to vote and Jews should not be able to hold public office.
Should women have the right to vote? Put a 1 in the chat. Jade Pastor, should women have the right to vote? Put a 1 in the chat if women should have the right to vote. Put a 2 in the chat if they shouldn't. Everybody, should women have the right to vote? Put a 1 in the chat if women should have the right to vote. Put a 2 in the chat if they should not. Boom. I think it's pretty easy for me to say I don't agree with this person. And obviously, if you have to talk about what he said about anything else, something's wrong with you. Like, hello? Go somewhere first before you make judgments like that. It's really pathetic. And usually people that say these kind of things haven't seen much, haven't gone too many places, not for themselves. But in any case, but this is what they're preaching. And again, I'm going to say it. There's a correlation between this and why Americans, at best, 45% of the taxes they pay actually go to anything that affects them that they need, like their families, childcare, health care, their communities. If at best, only 45% of the taxes Americans pay have any effect on their communities, and including them inside of their communities. Soon as you leave the United States of America, that number, and go to any other Western country, that number jumps up to 60% or higher. This is the reason why. Americans are obsessed with this. They're not obsessed with taxation, getting representation with their taxation. They're obsessed with this.
Contributed to the statement on Christian nationalism and the gospel, which declared that the U.S. must formally acknowledge the lordship of Christ in all its laws, abolish abortion, outlaw marriage equality, and recapture our national sovereignty from godless global entities who present a grave threat to civilization. So this guy obviously loves his insane interpretation of the Bible and despises the Constitution because he wants it to be absolutely shredded again, so that people like him are artificially elevated. Everyone who wasn't lucky enough to be born like him will be second-class citizens at best. That's who he is. And again, like everything that you said there, he could be a Republican politician next year. He could be speaking at the RNC. Nothing that he said, nothing that the terrible stuff that we listed would put him even really on the fringe anymore in the MAGA movement. But I find him to be reprehensible. Anyway, those are our garbage people, but 64,000 of you voted for the community garbage person. 6% of that vote went to RFK Jr. for saying video games cause mass shootings. 11% went to the Surgeon General of Florida for not using data when ending vaccine mandates. 14% went to JD Vance for saying, who cares if cartel strikes were war crimes? And 69% went to the SCOTUS for allowing ICE to racially profile. Everyone.
Yeah, so you can see there's a direct correlation between disinformation, bigotry, and why the United States American people are last in the West. Last. Straight up last when it comes to parliamentary representation, when it comes to representation while they're being taxed. They are the last in the West. You have to understand that. And you feel that way. You feel that way. That's why you're so angry. You just don't know where to direct your anger to. And this is why, so let's peep game. This is now we're going to bring it back to where the conversation should be, a real conversation, a healing conversation, something that makes a little sense, but a little more sense, but let's peep it. Let's peep.
Now, I have trouble telling. I have trouble telling this story. How come black troops in World War II fought so miserably? They surrendered, they didn't fight very hard. He said, Frank, where'd you hear that? I said, my father told me that. Now, John could have said, your father's an idiot. If he'd said it, the conversation is over. I never would have gone anywhere. He didn't say that. He said, Franklin, I don't think you and I know enough about that to discuss it intelligently. Save my face, save my father's face, save it. He said, but let me ask you something. You have anybody fight in World War II? I said, yeah, I had two uncles. One was in the Philippines, one was at Pearl Harbor when it was bombed. He said, is that right? He said, I did too. I had two uncles fight in World War II. I said, great. He said, you know where we eat lunch? I said, you don't eat with me. He said, that's right. My uncles and I, who fought in World War II for freedom and justice and pursuit of happiness, we get on a bus and we ride 2 miles out of town to eat lunch because none of the stores we shop in will let us eat. And my stomach got tight and I didn't want to hear any more. He said, did you go to the bathroom? I said, yeah, I go to the bathroom. He said, where do you go? I said, I go anywhere I want. He said, my uncles and I, we get on a bus. We ride 2 miles out of town to go to the bathroom because we can't go anywhere. I listened for the rest of the 3 hours. When I got to my dorm, I lay down and cried. I sobbed for 3 hours. Next day I went in and talked to the dean of men. I said, it's crazy. We're studying English and math and science. And right across the street over there, we got people, citizens we don't even know. It didn't make sense.
But I'm going to tell you, as this white person sitting here, I am absolutely certain I benefit.
Yeah, so I just wanted to play that because, it does take courage. It does take courage, to face this dynamic. It takes courage and it takes honesty, but it also takes education, and this man, he was brave enough to go through that transformation himself, and I commend him for it. He's braver than a lot of people. sadly, especially in the U.S. He is braver than a lot of people. He's braver than J.D. Vance. He's braver than Donald Trump. This is not a rich man. He's just an average guy, right? When we think about elder care and our taxes, right? He fits in there just like the others that he was sitting next to, the other people that he was sitting next to in the end of this, right? Let me see if I can find it. You know, there's better things we can think about than color. There's better things we can think about in terms of taxation with our representation in the United States than what background do you have, or what gender you have. There's better things, because you're going to really need support when you get to this man's age. You're really going to need it. And racism in the country stops even people like him today from getting what everybody else in the Western world has. That is some level of security when they reach this age. Some level of security. You see, we're all human beings. We're all humans. We're all humans. And, that's the bigger conversation that has to happen in the United States. And it hasn't happened yet. Maybe something very bad has to happen before people start realizing, getting to the point where they can face these kind of things. But it's all been a waste. All of that bigotry has cost the country way more money. It all goes to waste. It all goes to waste. We waste way more money in the United States of America because of this little simple problem right here. And it's shameful, because at one time people looked at us and looked up to us and said, wow, man, I really like the fact that, the United States has come this far. It has a diverse population. People get along. Yeah, people used to think that, but they don't think it today. They don't think it today at all, So, it is really sad, and it's really pathetic. But I give this man a lot of credit, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy for having that conversation, because more people can learn from somebody like him. And it doesn't matter his color. It's the story that he told. It's the story. It's the story, and those of us that want to teach people that are not aware of what they project, we can learn something from him too. Because he said a few things in there that's real. Like he said, the guy that talked to him, that got him out of that thinking, right? He asked him some questions. And when he said, who told you that? He said, my father told me that. He didn't say his father was an idiot. Listen to this. Listen.
He said, Frank, where'd you hear that? Finally, I decided I'd say something.
This is interesting, because he's talking about the Tuskegee Airmen too. And that's where Pastor Manning's actually talked about the Tuskegee Institute. He started there, even though he didn't say the airmen, but he started there. So peep game.
John, let me ask you something.
He's talking about the black guy that he talked to.
I decided I'd say something. Said, John, let me ask you something. How come black troops in World War II fought so miserably? They surrendered. They didn't fight very hard.
The Tuskegee Airmen, they had the best record of fighter pilots in World War II for the American fighters. So, obviously his dad told him a lie, right?
John, let me ask you something. How come black troops in World War II fought so miserably? They surrendered. They didn't fight very hard. He said, Frank, where'd you hear that? I said, my father told me that. Now, John could have said, your father's an idiot. If he'd said it, the conversation is over. I never would have gone anywhere. He didn't say that. He said, Franklin, I don't think you and I know enough about that to discuss it intelligently. Save my face, save my father's face. He said, but let me ask you something.
You hear that? So the black dude that he was talking to, he didn't say your father's an idiot. And he said if he had said that, it would have shut down the whole conversation.
Save my face, save my father's face. He said, but let me ask you something. You have anybody fight in World War II? I said, yeah, I had two uncles. One was in the Philippines, One was at Pearl Harbor when it was bombed. He said, is that right? He said, I did too. I had 2 uncles fight World War II. I said, great. He said, you know where we eat lunch? I said, you don't eat with me. He said, that's right. My uncles and I, who fought in World War II for freedom and justice and pursuit of happiness, we get on a bus and we ride 2 miles out of town to eat lunch because none of the stores we shop in will let us eat. And my stomach got tight, and I didn't want to hear any more. He said, did you go to the bathroom? I said, yeah, I go to the bathroom. He said, where do you go? I said, I go anywhere I want. He said, my uncles and I, we get on a bus. We ride 2 miles out of town to go to the bathroom because we can't go anywhere. I listened for the rest of the 3 hours.
He listened for 3 more hours after that.
When I got to the dorm, I lay down and cried. I sobbed for 3 hours. Next day I went in and talked to the dean of men. I said, it's crazy.
There you have it. So this was a good man, an honest guy, you know, and a lot of Americans can learn from this man. And again, it's one thing to not have the information. It's one thing to have to be ignorant. But once you get the information and you make the decision to stay the same, you're now being stupid. There's a difference. So this man, he was ignorant before. When he got the information, he made the decision to be a human being and to not be a stupid human being. So bravo to this man. Because that's what he is. He's a good man. He's a good human being. You know, that's exactly what he is. So yeah, that's a wonderful story right there. Now peep this. We're almost done. And then we get into the regular news cycle. I just wanted to do it a little different today. So I appreciate those of you that stuck around to hear this. I know it's a tough conversation, and but again, I'm not just doing this for any reason. This is the problem with the United States of America. That is the reason you are last in the Western world. This is the reason why, at best, only 45% of the taxes you pay right now in the United States of America goes to anything in your community, anything that connects with your family, anything that connects with your kids, anything that connects with your spouse, anything that connects with your cousin, your uncles, anything. And while as soon as you leave the United States of America and go to any other Western country, that amount of taxes that goes directly to affect their communities, their family members, their children is 60% or higher. That's the reason. So let's continue here. We're almost done.
With a medical issue, and the specialist thought maybe there was African heritage in our bloodline.
You hear that? So he went in for a medical problem. That's how he found out. And this is how a lot of people are going to find out, through medical problems. Because guess what? Certain things in people, they can't help you if they don't know who you are and what you are. Just because you have a certain skin color, it doesn't say what you are. And when you go around thinking that it does, you're fucking killing yourself. Yep.
With the chief making the comment, calling me Kunta, that was in a lobby full of people. They were real quiet to me, and in police work you have to communicate.
%. He informed the officers, his co-workers, that he had recently taken a DNA test through Ancestry.com, and the results showed that he was 18% African American. I'm just telling you, these Confederate states, Southern states, even Midwestern states. If you are American, you are American. You're not going to run away from what America is and what America was, even if you have a fable about it. Yeah, he found out because he had health complications, you know, and this goes on. If you want to research this, you should go on, because it is, you know, modern day medicine doesn't use these terms for a reason, because they don't have any meaning, and they never really did have any meaning. Because what is inside of your actual DNA, they know. I'm telling you, they've gone back way before these terms, white, black, Negro, Caucasian. They've gone back in the human genome now, back to over 11,000 years. So they already know where the farce is. You know, yo, Michael, you here? Good timing, bro.
I'm here for a decent amount of time.
Okay.
But
yeah,
what you just said is exactly the truth, right? And what happens is when you speak from a medical side, a lot of individuals don't understand their heritage until they find themselves with a particular disease, right? Where that disease or that symptom is common within a certain group, right? Haploid, when we talk about genetics, a certain haploid group, right? That traces back your lineage, right? So when you have some of these obscure diseases, they tend to do genetic testing, and that genetic testing tends to burst a lot of people's bubbles, right?
Yeah.
And in the case, in the example that you're showing here, that happens more often than what they think, right? Because you can be white presenting, but that doesn't mean that your whole genealogy is of Caucasian descendants, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And so that forces individuals.
And was it ever? And was it ever? No. You know, that's the thing about it.
There's, you know, and when we speak about genealogy, there's a small sector that, how can I explain it, isn't as mixed, but the majority, if we would give a percentage on it, you know, I would say 70% of individuals have a certain mixture that dictates or explains American history.
Yeah.
Right?
Facts, yeah.
Nuances exist in American history.
Oh, yeah. You just talking about American history. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Right? And it's not until certain things happen to them that they realize, oh, shoot, I have 3-4 generations here, but how is this possible, right? This is something that I wasn't widely available from, you know, my parents, my immediate parents, not knowing their grandparents or great-grandparents, right? And the nuance that explains or defines America, right? And so, you know, it's funny that, you know, secondary to that would be healthcare, right? Affordable healthcare, right? Because lack of affordable healthcare now leads them down this road to find out their genealogy, to go, oh, shoot. Yeah. Every preconceived notion that I've had based off race, I know that that's false now because I have to accept a medical issue, right? And sometimes it takes something so grave to break people's perception that they lived in, right? And it circles back to our conversation from, you know, last night, where individuals don't necessarily know what their genealogy is or American history, and now they're forced through extreme capitalism to find out what American history is. How did this end up in my lineage, right? And you know, to circle back to that, when we have, you know, when we speak about, you know, most European countries, they have social policies, and Americans won't believe, even if you can pull this up for the chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have in Denmark a more capitalistic society than you do in America, right? There are points in the Denmark
in terms of trading, trade is wide open.
Is more capitalistic than the U.S. You can pull that up right now. You just type in, is Denmark more capitalistic than the U.S.? You will see the points that show that Denmark is more capitalistic than the U.S., but they're allowed to be. Why? Because they have social checkpoints, right? Social markers that allow for them to offset that capitalism.
Right.
But I digress. Go ahead, V.
Facts, bro. Well, it says here Denmark consistently ranks higher than or equal to the U.S. in global free market indices, such as Heritage Foundation Index of Economic Freedom, right? So check this out. Ease of doing business and low regulation. Denmark has significantly less bureaucratic red tape, business regulation, and protectionism than the U.S. Opening, running, and closing a business in Denmark is faster and subject to few restrictive laws. Look, in Denmark, I can go online pretty much and open a business within 24 hours. Just online, just with my own private personal information. Like straight up. I mean, and this is how it is. What you're saying is facts. And I'm glad you brought that up, because this is one of the cross comparatives we haven't really done. Although I've been telling people the whole time, Denmark's a capitalistic country, and all Western nations are capitalistic countries. They just have universal health care, and it's not all government run. It's regulated. Duh. Doesn't the U.S. have a regulation? I mean, it's crazy. It is so many misnomers that we hear in the U.S. news that is there to scare American people, really is there to break American people and keep them stuck, like, you know, giving up their taxes for nothing, you know, confusing them, you know. But here, property rights, rule of law, protection of private property, legal transparency, and low corruption levels are exceptionally strong in Denmark, often scoring higher than in the U.S. Free trade and open market. Denmark relies heavily on foreign trade and maintains extremely open competitive markets with minimal trade barriers or tariffs. Flexicurity. Labor market. Denmark has no legal mandated minimum wage. Instead, wages are negotiated between unions and employer associations. Furthermore, it is much easier for a Danish company to fire workers than in many European nations. The security comes from state-backed safety nets, not strict workplace. Exactly. Exactly. If you get fired from your job in Denmark, you have unemployment. The unemployment is through the tax system is 2 years, up to 2 years. But if you lose your job, let's say you get sick on your job, and maybe the job pays like 2 months or 3 months sick leave. But then if you can't come back to work, you go on unemployment, what's called sygedagpenge. That's not just unemployment, that's sick unemployment. And until they figure out whatever sickness you have, and the healthcare is free too. So there's a lot of different ways to do things, but Denmark is a capitalistic nation, you know? So go ahead. Yeah.
No, and V, these are things that, you know, before I committed to being a contributor to this channel, you know, that's what it means to have critical thinking skills, right? Pairing up with someone who obviously is initially from DC, living in Denmark. What do those dynamics look like, right? We haven't brought that up until now, right? I did my homework, right? As a critical thinker, what does that economic structure look like? Right. To be able to understand, you know, what your perspective is, and also just the economics behind it. Right. And so that's something that personally I've done. Right. We're bringing it up here on the channel for the viewers, but that's something that I've personally, right. Like, hey, what is Denmark's economic structure? You know, if they do have social policies that offset capitalism, what type of capitalism do they have, and how does that reflect in comparison, right? Comparative analysis, right? How does that compare to the US?
Right.
Right. And so when people tell me it's not achievable, I laugh, right? Because the comparative analysis says different.
Somebody said in the chat, yeah, but they take 60% of your money, idiot. Well, first of all, I'm not an idiot. And secondly, you're actually incorrect. You know, so you need to study, just research first before you say these things that you heard someone else tell you, because whoever told you that lied to you. So, yeah, actually, I think the average tax rate for let's say the bottom half, right? There's three layers. The top half, the middle half, and then the bottom half. In the bottom half is what you would call typical middle class life in Denmark, right? That's 38%. That is for a person who works, let's say you work in the health industry, right? Maybe you could be a physical therapist or something like this, you know, just general health industry things, or many industries is 38%, 39%. I think the highest, like my taxes, I made a little bit more money last year, so my taxes went up to like 42%, but then it's because I had a private business on the side. But so 38% would be 39% would be typical for me, right? I work in the health industry, but 12,000 krona, 14,000 krona, I don't even pay taxes on. So the first amount of money you don't pay any taxes on. You only pay 38% after you make a certain amount of money. So again, these are the facts. And within that system, healthcare is still free. Healthcare is free for everybody. It doesn't matter how much money you make. Education is free. It's paid education for anybody. It doesn't matter how much money you make. So, I mean, people need to do, if you want the right outcomes, if you want to help Americans, then you need to do the research. Otherwise, you're not helping. It's the same thing with this racial issue. If you don't do the research, you're not helping. You're actually spreading disinformation, and you're harming yourself and your fellow American, you know. But go ahead.
No, I mean, you've covered it, right? Even at your highest tax rate in comparison to the US, after we factor in benefits, the average Dane stays with at least $1,000 more in their pocket due to offset of the social program.
The average European, bro. The average Dane may even keep more of their money after they pay their taxes and after they pay their expenses. But the average European keeps $1,000 more of their money after paying their expense. I mean, you know, and this is what Americans need to know, bro. Look, the first documentary I did was in 2007. It was with Al Gore's company at that time. Then they went down, and then I found it. I was going on my hard drive one day just at home, and I was like, oh, what? I was like, you know what? Damn, this documentary I have, it was called What Americans Need to Know. It was about the Danish healthcare system. And in 2013, I found it on my hard drive again. I was like, you know what? Let me put this shit on YouTube. And I never looked at it. I put it on it. You can see this is the oldest video I have on this channel. And I never went back to YouTube. I think after a year or two, I looked at it. It had 50,000 views. That was 2013. I don't know who was running for office then, but it became a big topic, and a lot of Americans saw that video. You know, so you know, but it was informative, and when you watch that video, it explains a lot about the healthcare system. It's not so much about the taxes, but it's how it actually works. But in any case, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You know, if people want to do the research, they can know. But
and that's what, you know, you bring here at V Media, right? That critical thinking aspect that, you know, dives in deeper into the further nuances that Americans most likely won't think of, right? And, you know, like I've explained to the viewers before, you know, I've been offered plenty of contributing spots on other YouTube channels, right? I chose V Media because V Media does things different, right?
Thank you, bro.
The topic.
Thank you.
Right now, I mean, thank you, right? the topics, right? The in-depth analysis, right? The comparative analysis, right? Based off critical thinking skills, and we're able to take our viewers through that line of sight to be able to get them to understand whether they agree or not, right? We're not asking for, total agreements, because we understand that there's going to be different views, but we can hope that we educate, the viewers enough to just understand the perspective and purview that, V himself tries to bring, right? And that I can only hope to contribute. And so with that said,
if you're going to do media,
right?
Oh, you're welcome. I was just going to say, if you're going to do media and it's about, and you're trying to help people, if you want to do journalism, and you want to help people, you have to come with the facts. So opinion is also okay, but you have to state opinion. So there's facts and then there's opinion. And the facts can't be debated, but you can't have an opinion if you don't even know the facts. I mean, what the fuck? That's the crazy part about it. What's an opinion worth without facts? You there? I'm just saying, I do my research, I do my research. So I don't just come with opinions, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, right. And I think what people don't understand is, even if we were to vaguely give your opinion, that opinion is based off critical thinking skills and tied into facts,
information,
right?
and experience, because obviously, there will be differences in people's experiences here, also in Denmark, and other Americans' experience. But I can only tell you what my personal experience is and what my personal opinion is. But when I'm talking about what the facts are, they're facts. They're not anything you can dispute about it. It's just the facts. So when we say at best 45% of the taxes Americans pay go directly to their communities, their families, their that's fact. And then when you leave and you go to any other Western country and it immediately jumps up to 60%, that's a fact. That's not an opinion. You see what I mean? And Americans need to understand that. Like, when was the last time you heard legacy media even do that comparative data for you? Why do you think they don't? Why do you think they don't tell you how much of your taxes actually go to your communities in the United States of America versus other Western countries? Why do you think they don't tell you? Why do you think that's never a conversation? They just say general things like, you pay more taxes there. Okay, but how much more? And how does it work? Exactly. The devil's in the detail, and if you're not into the detail, you're not even taking care of yourself well.
There you go. You don't care about yourself, right? And now if you want to see a biased perspective, then say that. If you want to see just what you want to see versus the reality and facts, then say that, and I can respect that. But don't try to pretend that you're a critical thinker and that your beliefs are tied to facts when they're not, right? When they're not. And I think that's something that, a lot of individuals, hopefully, some of our newer viewers can get to that space, right? To just understand that, what you believe before should be questioned and should be questioned based off facts. And hopefully we can bring those facts to force you to question that ideology that you've been stuck on that hasn't benefited you overall and hasn't benefited Americans as a whole, right? Like, even if you don't care about yourself, but if you identify as someone who's patriotic or even nationalistic, that you would want that for the people around you, the people you love, and then the people who you don't know but consider American. But go ahead, V.
Right. Somebody, it's so funny because you see somebody in the chat, he wants to call me an idiot, right? Because he seems to think that, he's changing his words now. Now he's talking about high income earners. Okay. And he wants to know the tax rate. He wants to talk about the tax rate in Denmark, right? So, with what high income earners make, right? So, top earners, the average middle here. Let me just put it up. I don't know where they're getting their facts from, but it is not from any type of real source, because this is common knowledge. This is not a secret. Here it is. Total margin rates tax. Average middle income tax. Most full-time workers pay an effective total tax rate between 37 and 42%. Okay, I pay between 38 or 39%, and I've never paid 37%. I paid 39, between 39 and 42%. That's what I said. I don't understand this. I don't understand. This is the average middle income, right? Top earners pay between 54 and 47. What do they get? What do all of these groups get? What do they get for that? Universal health care, universal education, right? Everybody, the middle income and the top earners, they all get that, right? Even people that don't work get health care and paid education, right? Higher education, you know? So other key taxes, then you have the VAT. This is for businesses, right? But again, this tax rate right here, right? Here, how much can you make before you pay taxes? How much can the middle earner make before the taxes kick in, you know? So it's important to know the detail. Like I said, it is in the detail. So look, personal allowance, like I said, look, it's actually higher than what I even said. Here it is. This is in Danish, it's called fradrag, and in the US it's called tax deduction. You know, the amount of income a month, right? So this is here. They say 54,000 per year, right? That's 70. So 7,900 before the tax kicks in. For me, that's about, what is it? 14,000 krona a month. Let me see. 14,000 krona a month is $2,000 basically. Here, let me write 1400 a month. Makes sense. I mean, I just look at my own tax thing. I just want to make sure maybe I'm getting confused. Look, here it is. There it is. You see? It makes sense. It says it right here. I pay roughly around that. I mean, I only pay taxes 38% or 40, whatever it is, 39%, 42% after I have $2,000 a month. You see what it is? 14,000 after take home pay. Look, gross. No. I'm talking. Hold on. Let me see something. Sorry about that. It's also because I have kids, you know, so my fradrag is a little bigger, right? That's let me see if it comes up here. Did it say it? Oh, it's not really understanding my question. Yeah, it's not understanding my question. Hold on, let me see here. Is it? Well, it doesn't understand my question. Sorry about that. But you know, everybody understands what that means. Fradrag is what do they call that in Danish? I mean in English? The non-tax money that you have a year. Well, you can break that down. It's something like 54,000 a year, right? And it can vary because when you have kids, then that limit goes up, that margin goes up. For a person with no kids, the margin is 54,000. When you have kids, it goes up a little more. So that means for me, something like 14,000 krona, I make about, what is it? Something like 30,000 krona a month. So I only get taxed after something like maybe 40% of my, you know what I mean? So 60% of my income is taxed, you could say, something roughly. It's rough. So when you see that 39 or 42%, I think I pay 42%. It depends on how much I work too, because sometimes it goes up and down. You know, sometimes I work a lot more in emergency times, like summertime. It's really emergency time right in my field. So there's a lot of overtime and that might put me above. So it can be adjusted that quickly, right? Taxes are done by the government first, and then they send it to you and you approve it or you make changes. That's how it's done. But and it happens every month. But I'm sorry. So, but in any case, look, you should do this research on your own. And if you don't trust me, you're welcome to not trust me. You know, I'm not doing all the work for you for free, by the way. It's not my personal job. Everybody's got to be an adult on their own. But I could tell you from my personal actual experience, you can look it up online if you want. I can tell you what the law is. We already looked it up. So, you know, you already saw that it's between 37 and 42% is this middle worker thing. Let me pull this back up again. All right. The bottom worker. Yeah. And the tax system even changed recently. You know, look, top marginal rates. There it is. You see that? So then you might have unemployed people here too, you know, and that would be lower than this. So average middle income, right? Who's in a middle income job? Would you like to know that? It's between 37 and 42%. That's after, for me, that's after $2,000. I get taxed between 37 and 42%, right? Higher earners, after that $2,000, then they get, or whatever it is for them, then they get taxed between 45 and 47. But how much money do you think that is? Let me see. How much money does the middle income worker make versus the top income earner make? You know, and of course you have those benefits. Free, the healthcare is free for everyone. It's included in the tax system. So that tax you pay pays for everyone to have it. All right. So here it is. This is what it looks like. You see that? So there's 3 brackets. This is the top tier 1 earner, right? So you make 140,000 a year. DK, that's 20,000. Exactly. Hold on. Let me open it up. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. Sorry about that, because I didn't plan on going into all of this data here. So let me see. Let me pull it open because it is more data here on the side. Excuse me. Yeah, but let's get into the fun stuff because, you know, we don't want hard-headed people, you know, dictating the show from the chat. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody can access this information if they truly want it. Right. And my advice is go research it and take it serious. Take your taxes serious that you pay. You should know what you pay, and you should be able to know. Am I getting it all here? OK, let me see something. Is that a good look right there? This is good enough right here. All right. So I'm going to make it a little bigger so people can see. I don't know how well you can see that. So middle income. Monthly, this is a month, 45,000 to 48,000. That's Danish crowns, right? This equals USD. Does it tell you what it equals? It doesn't say what it equals here in US dollars. Let me see. Higher earner. Well, oh yeah, it does. It does. I think it does. Or did it skip it? Yeah, it does. So monthly take home pay, gross salary, right? 45,000 krona to 48,000. That's $6,500 to 7,000, right? Monthly take home, right? After taxes, that will be 4,200 to 4,500, right? But obviously, one of the things people don't know is that housing isn't expensive in Denmark as it is in the US. You see what I'm saying? So, and of course, healthcare is free, so you don't factor having to pay that in. Education is free and paid for. You don't factor that. Everyone gets 5 weeks. This tax system is your 5 weeks vacation included in this, right? So then there's also every time if you have a child, for every child you get like a year off for that child, and you can split it between the mother and the father. That's your full income. You still get paid full income. So if you have 2 parents, you split 6 months at a time. For your first year of your child, you get that too. So there's a lot of other things that come along with this tax rate that everybody gets. Everybody. So the quality of life, that lifts the quality of life up for everybody. You see what I mean? So yeah, so that's how it works. Now let me see here. Then you would have, we talking about middle income, right? So, and that annual would be 54,000 Danish crowns. I don't know how much that is in US dollars. Maybe that's like under, I don't know, what is that, something like maybe 100,000, something like that, around there, right? But again, all these other things are with it. So you have to do the math, because you got to ask yourself, okay, how much do you pay for healthcare, your healthcare in the U.S.? How much more does that cost than what it costs here? Because it's factored in the tax system here. So there's no extra expense for your healthcare. Not at all, right? There's no extra expense for your education. When this also is including unemployment, right? You have a FAFSA that you sign up to. It's when you have a job, that's 2 years unemployment, right? Then there's also, this doesn't even include, I think, sick leave or sick unemployment. That's another benefit that people get within this tax system. You know, all these kind of security things are built in. Now, let me pull it over here. Then there's top 10. So if you're in the top 10 monthly, that's 9,000 to 10,000 or 11,000, right? Between 10 and 11,000 a month, right? Then it's monthly take home. That's between $6,000 and $6,400, right? And then there's the 1%. The 1% is anything above 140,000. No, 20. No, what is that? Executive specialist. That's a monthly $20,000 a month, right? So times 10, what is that? You see, times 10, that would be that's $240,000. So that's what you $240,000. Then you're in the top 1%. You see, that's $10,000 a month, right? So yeah, there you have it. And of course, you're not talking about businesses and things like that. This is just income tax, right? So people that are employees, right? So there you have it. And you know, don't worry about it. I'm not worried about if you want to pay me to do a tax assessment for you based on your personal income, I'd be happy to do it. To tell you what that would equal for you. But, you know, I don't have enough, time. I'm pretty busy myself. So I try to share some of the, some good detail here and to get you in the right direction. And if you don't appreciate it, you don't have to take it. Nobody's forcing you to. It's interesting you still watching the program now. But in any case, so let's go on to, and it's, Denmark is a very small country and has high trust society. Though it starts crumbling, you absolutely can't compare it to the yes. No, you're absolutely wrong, Christian. You've been wrong many times, Christian. I don't know why you approach things that you don't really do any research about. There's nowhere where that research, you can find it in research. So you talking about it's crumbling? No. And it's actually more capitalistic in a lot of ways than the USA. So that's what boosts up the industry here. Denmark is a major trading hub, so that's what it is on the Baltic Sea, and air hub, a major air hub. Loads of people want to move to Denmark. It's a popular country in the EU, by the way. And so do your research before you judge. That's all I would say. Don't believe everything somebody tells you that doesn't research. All right. But in any case, let's get to the next part of the program. We got about an hour left, so let's do that. Now, there was some stuff that we missed yesterday, right? I did cover the White House, Trump's speech at the White House Correspondents' Center. That was a fiasco, right? Obviously, but there was more that came out of it that is kind of, interesting for people and an embarrassment. It is the moment when they started talking about the Epstein files and the pictures that Trump, the picture in Epstein's book that Trump drew, right? That Trump tried to sue for, and he can't sue for it. So it looks like his signature to me. And if he could prove it wasn't his signature, wow, he'd make a whole lot of money, but he can't, right? So there you have it. And it's actually turned into something pretty entertaining for people to look at. So they got Trump's reaction here. They have his reaction to this moment. So let's peep that, and then here's some legacy media commentary on it, and then we will give ours. Here we go. Let's see here.
UHCA is pleased to give the Aldo Beckman Award to Josh Dawsey.
Hold on, my fault. Wrong clip. Here we go. Here's a better one. Let's see here.
And now the Katharine Graham Award for Courage and Accountability, named for the legendary Washington Post publisher, and it comes with a prize of $10,000. This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, I just want to say the panel is open to anybody that wants to hop up and speak.
The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal. Khadija Safdar, Sadie Gurman, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again, Alex Leary, Rebecca Ballhaus, and Ryan Barber. Their colleague, Joe Palazzolo, could not attend tonight.
All right, let's get out of there. Don't want to get a copyright strike for that music. Let's see here. All right, what else is it? Now let's get to it.
About one of the most awkward moments of this dinner so far, but it perfectly exposed exactly who Donald Trump is, as if we needed more evidence. We've all been talking about this. It happened when the White House Correspondents Association awarded the Katharine Graham Award for Courage and Accountability to the two Wall Street Journal reporters who broke the biggest story of 2025. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. That was the headline of that story. Now, the exclusive reporting noted that the 2003 birthday book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, now serving time in federal prison after being convicted of sex trafficking minors. It reported on the extremely weird letter from Trump to Epstein saying, quote, it contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breast, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. A conversation that had Donald Trump saying to Jeffrey Epstein, may every day be another wonderful secret. Now, Trump claimed the letter was fake and sued the Wall Street Journal. That lawsuit was tossed once already, but Trump is suing the Journal again. And once again, the Wall Street Journal has asked for a dismissal. Reporters Khadija Safdar and Joe Palazzolo broke that story. They were honored along with 6 of their colleagues who reported on the fallout inside the White House. Wolf Blitzer, giving out the award, noted that Khadija Safdar's family had to be relocated due to safety concerns after that story because Donald Trump's lawsuit exposed her home address. Just to give you just a sense of the threats people are facing. And Trump smirked. He smirked and he shrugged. I wanted you to know, remind you of all.
Yo. Hold on. Somebody, let me see this real quick. Christian, how can you be German and not know the Danish tax system? Like, what's up with that? I mean, are you German? Okay, I don't think so. I don't think that's really odd. You know, Germany's a neighbor to Denmark. So I don't. Yeah. Wow. That's interesting. Okay.
All the backstory, but watch it for your.
No, you don't know the Danish tax system. You actually spewed lies in the chat. And, you know, that's kind of weird. I'm saying that you don't know the Danish tax system and you're German. I'm saying, damn, dude. That's what I'm saying. Anybody can know it. You think the German tax system is a secret? The Danish tax system is not a secret. Yeah, I think you're not hopping up. I don't believe you. But in any case, no problem.
The Katharine Graham Award for Courage and Accountability, named for the legendary Washington Post publisher, and it comes with a prize of $10,000. This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family.
All right, here you go. This is Trump's reaction here. Let's bring it back. I mean, people are laughing at him.
To Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to.
You know, you see that look on his face? I mean, the man doesn't care about facts, you know, and he doesn't care about somebody's life. I mean, when was the last time you heard a president give somebody's address? Like, that is so low life, you know? And Kev, Christian, it doesn't matter about your English. You know, you can look up the Danish tax system in German. That's your problem. You know, you just didn't bother to look it up. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. Like, you know, stop faking with people. And maybe you are German, but look, you could easily be a troll and be lying. Let me see here. Come on up and speak some German then. Let us know you're German. Let me see here. Let me just peep something real quick. Let us know. You've been in this chat for a minute. I see you obviously understand English. You say you can speak English, but not good enough to debate. But there's no debating the Danish tax system. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. Okay. So I don't understand why you don't get that. The Danish tax system is not an opinion, my friend. It's a fact. Very simple. So all I'm saying is you can easily read your facts. Here, let me peep something out. Yeah. Anyway, I don't see anything from Germany on your page, but in any case, yeah.
To be relocated.
You should know better, man. You live in Europe. You're a neighbor to Denmark, man. People in Sweden know the Danish tax system. People in Norway know the Danish tax system. They're also neighbors. Why don't you know it? Okay? You have something against Danes?
The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One. But
don't you know Putin is spreading lies? Putin and Trump are spreading lies about Denmark. Are you on their side or something? You're going to be the next person to spread lies about Denmark? Like, come on, man. Get it together.
Reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal. Khadija Safdar, Sadie Gurman, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again, Alex Leary, Rebecca Ballhaus, and Ryan Barber. Their colleague, Joe Palazzolo, could not attend tonight.
Anybody can use a translator, Christian. Anybody can type and translate these days on the internet, my friend. It only takes 2 seconds. Come up and speak some German, okay? That's all I'm saying. Snacker du Deutsch? Do you speak Tusk? Taylor du Tusk? Verstehst du Dansk? Taylor du Tusk? Hop up, man, and speak some German. Let some Germans know you're German, all right? Yeah, here we go. Let's see some more from Trump, and then we get into the more serious news. I just wanted to cover this part real quick because this is the little bit we lost yesterday.
And now the Katharine Graham Award for Courage and Accountability, named for the legendary Washington Post publisher. And it comes with a prize of $10,000. This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein.
Yeah, Trump is at this event. We covered it yesterday, but now this is I was trying to get his expression when people are talking about Trump's expression. Here it is. When they started speaking about the Epstein files, this is his expression, and the journalist that broke it, he released their name over the internet, Trump himself. So here.
To Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address.
Okay. No, Christian, you didn't hurt my feelings. I mean, I think what it is that you're not German. I think that's what it is, and just like a lot of trolls, you don't want to hop up because you don't actually speak German. You translate on the internet. That's what I think. Hop up if you want to prove me wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off.
So did you hear that? This is the best he has right here, Trump. And Trump is also a prolific liar. So look at this. Here, check this out.
Her family.
The
$20 billion lawsuit.
He just smiled after they said Trump gave out her personal contact information. Here.
Lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated.
Look at that. He's laughing about that. Like, how do you laugh about doing that to somebody? Like, this is ridiculous.
It's the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija.
Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. We started off on a little something different today. I hope you enjoyed that, but now we're getting into the normal news cycle. So let's go.
Safdar's home address.
That's terrible.
Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, so that's Trump. That's what people get out of Trump today, and it's really sad. But he just laughed. He laughed, and that's the best he can do from the United States of America right now. Yeah, it makes sense because he's under a lot of heat, but he's under a lot of heat for a lot of reasons. Trump has filed. He's got new tariffs after the old tariffs were said were illegal. And listen, American citizens, that first round of tariffs that Trump hit everybody with, Howard Lutnick, his economic advisor or whatever he is, Howard Lutnick, he's a billionaire too, right? He went out on TV and preached that the tariffs were going to be great for the United States of America, right? But what people didn't know was that his son, right, when Howard Lutnick became a member of Trump's cabinet, he gave his company, his corporation, the lead of his corporation, he gave that position to his son. And when the tariffs came up, his son bet that the tariffs would be deemed illegal and that the corporations that paid the tariffs would be able to sue the United States government once the Supreme Court ruled on it, right? So he went out and bought the rights to those payments, right? The government will have to pay the corporations back the money, and he went out and bought percentages of it. Like, here, I'll give you, I'll give you $4 or $5 on out of $10, or I'll give you 50 cents on a dollar, 60 cents on a dollar, something like that, or 40 cents on a dollar, right? If you give me the right to the returns. His corporation bought many up. And so when the Supreme Court ruled later that they were illegal and the United States government had to give the corporations their money back, his son made loads of money off of it. So here is the round 2 of the new Trump tariffs. So, and we were going to see how people react to it also. This is just more of MAGA, what MAGA has in store. I'm curious because MAGA claims to care about Western civilization. I'm not sure how this helps Western civilization. Again, we talked about Denmark being a capitalistic country. Yeah, because Denmark has one of the easiest countries to trade with. You know, it basically has no tariffs on shit, you know, pretty much. And they're trading with everybody, right? It's open. It's heavily capitalistic, Denmark, although it has universal health care, and it has universal education, paid higher learning for everybody, right? But it's heavily capitalistic. That's something a lot of people don't know. But in any case, what does this do for NATO allies? Is this and because NATO allies are pretty much Western civilization. So what does it do? Does it help NATO allies? Does it hurt NATO allies? Who does it help? Who does it hurt? Let's find out. Let's see here. And you can let me know in the chat who you think it helps and who you think it hurts. All right? Oh, and by the way, put a 1 in the chat. If the chat is open, by the way, as it always is. But we do have one rule here, and that is because the chat is open. Because it's open for even non-subscribers, right? Even though I hope you subscribe, especially if you spent 15 minutes here. That would be pretty decent of you. But we know everybody's not going to be that decent. But that's okay, because we still collect the data. We can still do our anthropology here in the chat. So that's what we use the chat for. So everybody has a lot of opinions, and that's great. But every once in a while, we ask you to leave a 1 or a 2 in the chat when I ask a question, because then everyone else can have a qualifier to some of the other comments that you make. So here's the 1 or 2 question. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's great that Trump did the new tariffs. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it isn't. Everybody in the chat must participate. 1 if you think the Trump tariffs are good. 2 if you think the Trump tariffs are bad. Let's go.
Is praying that the third time's the charm when it comes to the president's tariff agenda. You might remember the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his first round of tariffs in February. That led to the current temporary second round, which is a 10% import levy that can only last 150 days. As we've gotten closer to day 150, the Trump administration has not just been standing on the sidelines when it comes to the future of their tariff agenda. Earlier this week, President Trump announced an additional 50% tariffs on what totals close to $20 billion in Canadian imports, items such as wine and hockey sticks and cement. The president claiming the duties will offset Canadian mistreatment of the U.S. auto, dairy, and alcohol industries. Those are scheduled to go into effect on August 19th. The president also posted that starting August 1st, quote, all generic drugs being brought into the United States will have a tariff of 0% for a 2-year period of time, unquote, and then a 100% tariff in 2028 and an eye-popping 200% in 2029. So that's a 100 to 200% tariff on cheaper drugs that will fall upon people such as you. Separately, back in June, U.S. Trade Representative Greer proposed issuing 10 to 12.5% tariffs on 59 nations and the European Union using a legal authority known as Section 301 over the, quote, failure to address the importation of goods made with forced labor. So let's talk about it. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer joins us now from Mexico City. Thanks so much for joining us. Talk us through the details of this new tariff plan that has to do with forced labor.
Thanks for having me, Jake, and for the opportunity to explain what's going on. So for over 100 years, the United States has had a law on the books prohibiting the import of goods made with forced labor. This is common sense, and we've enforced this law to prohibit it. What seems like common sense, I think, to you and me, others haven't done. In other countries, no one really has these types of laws, and even in that small handful of countries that have them, they don't really enforce it. And so we have gone to the world frankly, over years and across administrations to try to get other countries to act on this. Finally, we have put our foot down and we have told countries, you need to take action, you need to prohibit the import of goods made with forced labor, and you need to enforce these laws so that we all have a level playing field. And so we're taking action to do that. And if countries are on the right path, they have a certain level of tariff, about 10%. And if they're not on the right path, it's a slightly higher tariff of 12.5%.
So it sounds great. How does one determine which countries are using forced labor? Because I assume the pushback from other countries is this isn't forced labor. We just have a different labor market and people, work for lower wages, but no one's forced. Who decides what forced labor is?
So really, each country does. So we're not really going into each of these countries, and we're not assessing whether they have forced labor in their borders. What we're trying to do is we're trying to stop trade in those types of goods. So in the United States, we have processes, we have agencies that go through, do investigations, and we identify companies and countries that have a prevalence of forced labor, and we stop those goods at the border and we don't let them in. Other countries don't have these processes. So we're telling them, you need to establish this process. You need to go, even if you're a country that probably doesn't have forced labor yourself, if you're allowing the import of goods made with forced labor, that makes it harder for my goods to compete because we're following labor rules in the US. We have labor unions, we have protections for our workers. And so we're trying to get every country to have the same kinds of protections we do to make sure that trade in forced labor isn't occurring so that our workers, our exporters, our companies don't have to compete against that on an unlevel playing field.
On a philosophical basis, no doubt forced labor is an issue. It's horrific. It's been one for as long as humans have been alive, probably. If this is a case that the president truly cares about this issue, then why not introduce this plan earlier, 2025?
Well, I would just say, Jake, so in 2018, when we redid NAFTA, one of the new provisions we forced Canada and Mexico to take was their own prohibition on forced labor. So in USMCA, we obligated them to do that. A few years later, we're finding that they aren't actually enforcing that. So they're included in this action. And then over the past year, as we've done new trade agreements with parties, we have 10 agreements on reciprocal trade. We've been requiring these countries to commit to implementing these laws. And even within the past week or two, we've seen a number of countries come in to implement these laws. So this is something that's gone on for a long time. It's not about something that happened a few months ago. It's a bipartisan concern, and American law provides for it. The president, since his first term, has put it into his trade agreements to try to get countries to do this. So unfortunately, it's not new. We've been trying for a long time, and finally, we're not in favor of sweatshops, and we don't want anyone else to be in favor of it either.
So this is a tariff against countries if they don't have laws against the import of products made by forced labor. Is that right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly what it is.
So can you name countries that manufacture goods with forced labor? I mean, I can think of some off the top of my head, but I mean, we know.
Just right off the top, the U.S. has 10% of its workforce in a union. 10% of the workforce in the U.S. are in unions. All right?
Places where sneakers are made and smartphones are made, and it's suspected to be forced labor. So name some countries.
Sure. So, for example, just a couple of weeks ago, U.S. Customs and Border Protection came out with findings of a company in Jordan where there were forced labor conditions found. And so the Customs and Border Protection put out a statement that said we're going to withhold entry of these items. So that's one example. Malaysia is another one. A couple of years ago, there were some findings that some of the palm oil orchards or groves in Malaysia had that. And so Customs and Border Protection regularly does these investigations. And so those are some U.S. findings. One thing that's interesting is Jordan and Malaysia are both countries that agreed as part of their deals with us over the past year to implement new forced labor laws. So this is really encouraging for us to see progress after many years.
If we are taking action to shut down or to try to eliminate as much as possible forced labor, why would we not just as a country say, okay, Jordan and Malaysia, you now have 200% tariffs until you pass laws that eliminate forced labor in your country, instead of what this path is, which is putting tariffs on countries that don't have laws against the importation of products from places like Malaysia or Jordan?
Because we have an existing law like that, Jake, and instead of saying, if you don't eliminate forced labor, we just prohibit it. So if we find that a company or goods from Jordan are made with forced labor, we prohibit it. If there are goods that come in from China where there's forced labor, we prohibit those goods. So we already have that law. And that's part of the point of this investigation is we're actually doing that in the United States. We're the leaders on this issue. But if I'm shipping into a third country, even a place like Australia, where maybe they don't have a robust law like this, they might accept goods made with forced labor from China or Malaysia or wherever, and then our goods exported from the U.S. have to compete with that. That's not fair to our workers. It's not fair to our unions. And that's why we've had Democrats and Republicans for many years call for enforcement action on this very issue.
But you don't actually think that the United States doesn't import products that were made with forced labor? Of course we do.
Well, Customs and Border Protection has a very robust division that is focused on this, where they will investigate companies, they stop them. I mean, that is the law, so we do that. Do things slip through? They probably do. But we have a very robust investigation. You can look back and you can look at articles from the past few years of solar panels being stopped at the border, car batteries being stopped at the border because they're suspected of having been produced using forced labor in China and other places. So this is something where the United States has actually been really ahead of the curve, again, across administrations. Biden enforced this. President Trump enforced it in his first term, and now it's something that we regularly do. And I understand your surprise. You would expect that other countries do this, and they don't. And we're trying to get them to take the same view as sweatshops that we have. We don't approve of it.
On the matter of what the president announced the other day on social media, can you explain the wisdom of taxing generic drugs imports at up to 200%? That's going to hurt a lot of sick Americans who are struggling with brand name drug prices and can't afford brand name drugs and can't afford that tariff, that tax.
And that's why that type of tariff doesn't come in for several years. The point is, a lot of these generic drugs we're talking about, Jake, that are so important, and you're exactly right, they're coming from China, they're coming from India, but we want to make more of those here. And so what the president has laid out is a ramp up, a phase in, an opportunity to send a signal to the manufacturers, to big pharma and big generic pharma to say, listen, you need to make here in America because in a few years you're going to face a tariff, and it gives them that on-ramp because you have to take time to build the factories. And so it sends a very strong signal that we need to reshore here so that we can have security of supply. What I don't want to have is a situation where grandma somehow can't get her generics because there's a pandemic or there's some supply shock, and all of this stuff is coming.
This is crazy because I don't know. This is worth pointing out. Now, maybe we can discuss it. And listen, the panel is open, so anybody can hop up. I'm going to put the link in the chat just for anyone that has some insight on this. Let me see here. Let me just make sure I get the link right for folks. Yeah, because maybe you know something that no one else knows. Let's see here. Panel link. I just find it funny because I actually thought the U.S. has what they call forced labor to some degree also. So let's see what they say. Let's see.
So we have to reshore here, and the president has laid out a long-term phase-in to facilitate it.
Okay.
The Trump administration says.
Now check this out. There's more reporting on this. Obviously, we're going to stick with this for a minute. Now, I asked the question, does the U.S. have forced labor or import any forced labor from any forced labor nations, right? So does the U.S. have domestic forced labor? Yes. Forced labor and forced-like labor conditions exist in the United States primarily through two main avenues. Prison labor. The 13th Amendment exception. The 13th, and the U.S. has the highest industrialized nation prison population of, around the globe, pretty much. I don't even think there's one other country that competes, and it has nothing to do with size, man. There's countries that have more people that have less folks in prison. Like, peep this. I wonder if anybody's doing something about that, like and how these goods that are made by prisoners, where are they sold and who are they sold to, and how do they affect the U.S. economy or the global economy? I'm just curious because I don't know, which is why you will probably notice here I rarely guess. I usually ask questions. So the link is in the chat. Hop on up if you got some facts you want me to look up, and I would be happy to do that. But I appreciate people that hop up because then others get a chance. We get some other qualifiers. We can ask you some questions too. You see what I mean? On the spot, and see what the answers are. So in any case, it says here, 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, except as a punishment of crime. So in the U.S., you can have involuntary servitude as a punishment for crime. Okay. Over 1.2 million incarcerated individuals in state and federal prisons perform work, manufacturing goods, fighting wildfires, agriculture, facility maintenance. Okay. Wow. Can't they just do this in the regular private sector? Why is this? Why do they have prisoners doing this? I'm curious. Because look, agriculture shit, you could sell that to a lot of people, right? Right. What about stuff for fighting fires? That would be great. Facility maintenance, that would be great, right? Now, while some work is voluntary, many prisoners earn pennies per hour, zero in some states, and refusing to work can result in punitive measures like solitary confinement, loss of visitation rights, or loss of good behavior credits. Human rights groups often classify certain aspects of these conditions as involuntary labor force. So, you know, while you heard this guy up here proudly talking about the U.S. is ahead of everybody, we're ahead. Let me play that back. I mean,
the Trump administration.
It's kind of funny because he made it sound like we were ahead of the curve and shit, you know, and there's a reason why we're doing this. And this is the Trump thing. And, you know, but then again, he was like, yeah, but Biden did a little bit of this, too. That's also interesting. The answer, you know, did Biden do some of this, too? So you mean they agree on some things? OK, let's hear.
Has to do with forced labor.
Thanks for having me, Jake, and for the opportunity to explain what's going on. So for over 100 years, the United States has had a law on the books prohibiting the import of goods made with forced labor. This is common sense, and we've enforced this law to prohibit it. What seems like common sense, I think, to you and me, others haven't done. In other countries, no one really has these types of laws, and even in that small handful of countries that have them, they don't really enforce it. And so we have gone to the world frankly, over years and across administrations to try to get other countries to act on this. Finally, we have put our foot down and we have told countries, you need to take action. You need to prohibit the import of goods made with forced labor.
I see a lot of people that say that forced labor in prison in the U.S. is great. It's okay. It's good. But, okay, so is any of the forced labor in any of these other countries coming from prisoners? What are the conditions like? Are they prison-like conditions that they work in? I'm just curious about that. What does forced labor mean? Does it cover prisons in other countries? Or are prisons in other countries and goods that prisons in other countries make, are they exempt from that? Is this encouraging more people to do forced labor through locking up more people to get an exemption now so that they can sell goods to the United States? I don't know. I'm just asking a question. Let's see. Let's hear.
And you need to enforce these laws so that we all have a level playing field. And so we're taking action to do that. And if countries are on the right path, they have a certain level of tariff, about 10%. And if they're not on the right path, it's a slightly higher tariff of 12.5%.
So it sounds great. How does one determine which countries are using forced labor? Because I assume the pushback from other countries is this isn't forced labor. We just have a different labor market and people, you know, work for lower wages, but no one's forced. Who decides what forced labor is?
So really, each country does. So we're not really going into.
So each country decides what their own forced labor is. Okay.
Each of these countries, and we're not assessing whether
is.
So really, each country does. So we're not really going into each of these countries, and we're not assessing whether they have forced labor in their borders. What we're trying to do is we're trying to stop trade in those types of goods. So in the United States, we have processes, we have agencies that go through, do investigations, and we identify companies and countries that have a prevalence of forced labor, and we stop those goods at the border and we don't let them in. Other countries don't have these processes. So we're telling them, you need to establish this process. You need to go, even if you're a country that probably doesn't have forced labor yourself, if you're allowing the import of goods made with forced labor, that makes it harder for my goods to compete because we're following labor rules in the U.S. We have labor unions. We have protections for our workers. And so we're trying to get
10% of American workers are in a union or in a trade union. 10%. So that's pretty interesting regarding his statement
to
there.
go, even if you're a country that probably doesn't have forced labor yourself, if you're allowing the import of goods made with forced labor, that makes it harder for my goods to compete because we're following labor rules in the U.S. We have labor unions. We have protections for our workers. And so we're trying to get
They have protections for 10% of the workforce in the United States of America. 10% of the workforce in the United States of America are in unions.
Import of goods made with forced labor, that makes it harder for my goods to compete because we're following labor rules in the U.S. We have labor unions. We have protections.
10% of the workforce in the United States are in a labor union.
My goods to compete because we're following labor rules in the U.S. We have labor unions. We have protections for our workers. And so we're trying to get every country to have the same kinds of protections we do to make sure that.
How many people are in unions in Denmark? Is it higher than 10%? Take a guess. What do you think the union, the worker, what percentage of the workforce in Denmark do you think is in a trade union? Do you think it's 10%? Do you think it's higher than the United States? Do you think it's double? Do you think it's triple? Do you think it's quadruple? Do you think it's 8 times higher than the U.S.? I think it's 8 times higher.
That trade in forced labor isn't occurring so that our workers, our exporters, our companies don't have to compete against that on an unlevel playing field.
On a philosophical basis, no doubt forced labor is an issue. It's horrific. It's been one for as long as humans have been alive, probably. If this is a case that the president truly cares about this issue, then why not introduce this plan earlier, 2025?
Well, I would just say, Jake, so in 2018, when we redid NAFTA, one of the new provisions we forced Canada and Mexico to take was their own prohibition on forced labor. So in USMCA, we obligated them to do that. A few years later, we're finding that they aren't actually enforcing that. So they're included in this action. And then over the past year, as we've done new trade agreements with parties, we have 10 agreements on reciprocal trade. We've been requiring these countries to commit to implementing these laws. And even within the past week or two, we've seen a number of countries come in to implement these laws. So this is something that's gone on for a long time.
What are the countries? He didn't state the countries. Again, this is what I mean about the U.S. Legacy media. There's probably no pushback on that answer he gave because logically, a number with the number, okay? A number could be 1. What the hell? We have a number of, a number of 1. But let's say you have a number, right? Who are the countries? Don't be so ambiguous about the answers, It's really interesting here. It's legacy media, though.
It's not about something that happened a few months ago. It's a bipartisan concern, and American law provides for it. The president, since his first term, has put it into his trade agreements to try to get countries to do this. So unfortunately, it's not new. We've been trying for a long time, and finally, we're not in favor of sweatshops, and we don't want anyone else to be in favor of it either.
So this is a tariff against countries if they don't have laws against the import of products made by forced labor. Is that right?
Look at this. Let me show you something here. To me, it sounds like he's not even asking. This is very interesting. This is very interesting because I'm curious where Russia fits in with this. I'm curious. Obviously, we have tariffs on Russia now, I guess you could say. But look at this. These are the NATO nations that have more, right, forced labor than the United States. The United States has forced labor through its prisons system, right? So that's already been established. Through the U.S. prison system, there's what is it? Let me see here. How many millions of people? 1 point something million, right? That's a high population, by the way. Right. We have one of the highest prison populations on the globe, number 1. That's worth noting. But, let me see here. Does it say Let me find one other thing real quick. All right, let me see something. I'm gonna show the list of nations that came up, by the way, that would be targeted by this, to be honest, right? Let me see here. But first, I just want to make sure I get this data correctly. Let me see. The United States, let me pull this over for people to see. The United States incarcerates around 1.8 to 1.99 million people. That's just under 2 million people. Studies by human rights organizations include Walk Free and the American Civil Liberties Union estimate that around approximately 800 million to 1 million prisoners perform work inside of U.S. prison facilities. European NATO allies combined, the entire European Union plus non-European NATO members like the UK, Norway, and Turkey have combined prison population of 1 to 1.2, right, million people. Even if every single prisoner in the European NATO states worked, their combined total would barely equal or slightly exceed the U.S. prisoners' work, forced labor work. So you got to understand the EU itself, without the others in NATO, has 450 million people. So you can see the U.S. prison population workforce would exceed the entire EU and other NATO nations combined. That's telling. So when we're talking about work labor, forced work labor, when we're talking about that, the U.S. exceeds everybody in the EU plus the non-EU NATO members. I mean, you just have to ask. It's worth asking. Assuming is not where you're going to get what they say. Assuming is for assholes, basically. So that's what they say, and you have them out here. So here, to compare the workforce labor of modern slavery across NATO nations, internationally organized like Walk Free, by per capita prevalence. Let's get down to the juicy part. The standard metric used by international researchers is prevalence per 1,000 residents. According to the latest Global Slavery Index, the United States has an estimated prevalence of 3.30 people per 1,000. Several NATO member countries have higher per capita rates of modern slavery and forced labor. So these are the nations that would be targeted. Now, I thought this was interesting, given the geopolitical times that we live in. So, in other words, who is likely to be targeted in the EU, right? Here we go. When you combine all the EU, it has less than the US. But when you break it apart and just look at specific nations compared to the United States per person or per prisoner, right, or per forced labor individual, right? Check this out. Turkey would be targeted by this, 15.6%. Hungary would be targeted by this. Greece would be targeted by this. Lithuania would be targeted by this. Poland would be targeted by this. Croatia would be targeted by this. Slovenia would be targeted by this. Chechnya would be targeted by this. Estonia would be targeted by this. Portugal would be targeted by this. Latvia. So what does that sound like to you all? I'm just curious what the chat has to say. To me, I know what that kind of tells me. It kind of gives me a picture into what's going on, right? I don't know. You tell me. Good for Russia, bad for Russia? Are these countries Russia has targeted? Put a 1 in the chat if these are countries Russia has targeted. Put a 2 in the chat if it's not countries Russia has targeted. Just curious, just asking a question. You can let me know what you think. Here we go, right? These are the nations that would be targeted in the EU. Turkey, Hungary, Greece, Lithuania, Poland, Croatia, Slovenia, Chechnya, Estonia, Portugal, Latvia. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, I found that pretty interesting. So let's play some more here. Let's play some more.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what it is.
So, can you name countries that manufacture goods with forced labor? I mean, I can think of some off the top of my head, but I mean, we know of.
He can't name any
places where.
Huh? Somebody hop up. Who's that? Hey, what's up? What's going on, Ed? You here? Okay. Well, let me know when you're ready, Ed. Here, let's hear some more.
You know, sneakers are made and smartphones are made, and it's suspected to be forced labor. So name some countries.
Sure. So, for example, just a couple of weeks ago, U.S. Customs and Border Protection came out with findings of a company in Jordan where there were forced labor conditions found. And so the Customs and Border Protection put out a statement that said we're going to withhold entry of these items. So that's one example. Malaysia is another one. A couple of years ago, there were some findings that some of the palm oil orchards or groves in Malaysia had that. And so Customs and Border Protection regularly does these investigations. And so those are some U.S. findings. One thing that's interesting is Jordan and Malaysia are both countries that agreed as part of their deals with us over the past year to implement new forced labor laws. So this is really encouraging for us to see progress after many years.
If we are taking action to shut down or to try to eliminate as much as possible forced labor, why would we not just as a country say, okay, Jordan and Malaysia, you now have 200% tariffs until you pass laws that eliminate forced labor in your country, instead of what this path is, which is putting tariffs on countries that don't have laws against the importation of products from places like Malaysia or Jordan?
Because we have an existing law like
It's so interesting how he just did not say this. He just did not say this. He asked the question, which nations, what countries. He didn't even mention this. Look, this is really what it is. Sorry for legacy media. Sorry people watch it and don't get answers. Sorry that we have representatives of our government that don't just make it plain and honest for the listeners and for the citizens, right, who rely on their media being accurate and informative. So, yes, Trump is targeting nations in Eastern Europe, but not as individual targeted countries. Instead, they are swept into Section 301 tariffs under the new broad categories. Okay? He didn't tell people this. Eastern European EU members facing 10% tariffs because the U.S. treats the European Union as a single economic bloc. Every Eastern European country that is a member of the EU falls under the 10% tier. The U.S. designated EU as a whole as having an enforcement deficit regarding forced labor import bans. This impacts Central and Eastern EU member states, Poland, Chechnya, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, the place that the Tate brothers came at Trump's request pretty much, or with his help, or J.D. Vance's help. That's Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Slovenia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Their exports to the U.S., which include automotive parts, very important to know, automotive parts, electronics, and furniture, face the baseline 10% rate alongside Western European EU members like Germany and France. Okay. And even though Germany and France, obviously they have less forced labor than the United States. Yeah. And in fact, yeah. But here we go. And by the way, not only do they have some of these nations have more, they might, when you compare it to the U.S., they might have more, but when you put them in the European bloc has less forced labor. So it's kind of interesting. Here we go. Eastern European and neighboring Eurasian nations are outside the EU, were evaluated individually and placed into the higher tariff tier. Okay, so they're going to be paying. So Russia is subjected to 12.5. Okay, Turkey, 12.5. Kazakhstan, Eurasian partners, okay, 12.5. All right, this is looking interesting right here. Okay, I didn't know that he had it on Russia, but let's see here. Why are they included? The administration did not single out Eastern European due to the specific regional human rights violations. Rather, Section 301 was applied, a blanket mechanism covering nearly all U.S. trading partners, 60 economies total. By assessing trading partners, so this is 60 nations, all trading partners with the U.S. Okay, well, I wonder what the effects are going to be. All right, let's play it. Is it going to mean higher prices for American citizens? Put a 1 in the chat if you think this means higher prices for the goods for American citizens. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it doesn't equal higher prices for American citizens. I'm curious about that, what you think. Let's go.
Like that, Jake.
We can look into that later also.
And instead of saying, if you don't eliminate forced labor, we just prohibit it. So if we find that a company or goods from
We just prohibit it unless we're talking about our own forced labor.
Jordan are made with forced labor, we prohibit it. There are goods that come in from China where there's forced labor. We prohibit those goods. So we already have that law. And that's the part of the point of this investigation is we're actually doing that in the United States. We're the leaders on this issue. But if I'm shipping into a third country, even a place like Australia, where maybe they don't have a robust law like this, they might accept goods made with forced labor from China or Malaysia or wherever, and then our goods exported from the U.S. have to compete with that. That's not fair to our workers. It's not fair to our unions, and that's why we've had Democrats and Republicans for many years call for enforcement action on this very issue.
Oh, so it's not too different from the Democrats on this one, huh? Okay, that's interesting. Now, here's something else worth knowing. I don't know. Again, I don't assume. I only look this stuff up. I only want to find out. Just interested. Now, does the U.S. prison population make products that are exported to other nations? If so, which ones, right? Yes, U.S. prison-made goods and raw materials are exported. Damn, raw materials? What the fuck? It's not even just, this is crazy, yo. It's not even just products. It's raw materials, too. Okay, U.S. prison made good and raw materials are exported to other nations. This highlights a key distinction in trade policy. While the U.S. strictly bans the importation of goods made with forced or prison labor under the Tariff Act of 1930, this is crazy too. This is the Tariff Act of 1930. There is no parallel federal law prohibiting U.S. entities from exporting products made by incarcerated workers. Which nations import U.S. prison goods? This is a great thing to know. Because supply chains are complex and prison labor is often integrated into private sector subcontracting. Wow, I didn't know that. Exact tracking can be difficult. However, investigative reporting, legal analysis, and trade studies have documented exports to several nations. Here they are. Canada. Products and auto parts. So the U.S. exports auto parts made by prisoners to Canada. Does Canada have any tariffs on them? Research indicates that Canada is one of the largest recipients of U.S. supply chain linked to prison labor. Damn, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Canada? All right, agriculture. I don't know how it compares with the imports, but let's find out that too. Agriculture. Incarcerated workers in various state prisons harvest crops. This is what they say. U.S. prisons are basically the new slave plantation. That's what that is, So be mindful when you commit a crime. Stay away from the police at all times. If you're driving a car, drive at nighttime. If you look a certain way, because studies have shown, as Michael Brooklyn Best has pointed out to us, studies have shown that discrimination, being pulled random stops while driving a car, turn out to be less for minorities at nighttime, or people of a certain hue at nighttime because they can't actually see them. Daytime, it exceeds everybody else. Now, let's see here. Research indicates that Canada is one of the largest recipients of U.S. supply chain linked to prison labor. Agriculture. Incarcerated workers in various state prisons harvest crops like corn, soybean, and fruit and process livestock. Corn, soybean, and fruit. Damn, where are they selling that to? China? Maybe? I don't know. These raw agricultural, is that only Canada? These raw agricultural commodities are mixed into commercial supply chains and exported. Okay, so in vast quantities to Canada. Okay, automotive. Automotive component suppliers operating in the U.S. South make use of. No wonder there's no goddamn auto jobs in the U.S. This all being done by prisoners, man. I wonder if it's more being done by prisoners than actually free people. Let's see what it looks like. U.S. South make use of state prison work. Damn. The U.S. South. Why did they even say that? Automaker. Auto component suppliers operating in the U.S. South make use of state prison work, release and insourcing programs. These auto parts are routinely shipped to Canadian vehicle assembly plants. Italy and Japan. Apparel. Damn, we make clothes for them. What the fuck? Please click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. I don't know how many people are watching right now. Let me see. Yeah, 100 and some odd people. Please click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Let's see here. Damn, this is something. Okay, guess who's making that shit? This is going to Italy and Japan. Oregon State. We're talking about forced labor in the U.S. in connection with the new tariffs. Again, the U.S. has, forced labor. They got new tariffs from other countries that have less force, or blocks that have less forced labor. They have tariffs, but we don't have, nobody's putting tariffs on our shit. Or are they going to reciprocate? Let's find out. Oregon State Penitentiary operates a famous inmate staffed garment brand called Prison Blues, producing denim jeans and work jackets. Wow. The brand explicitly markets its prison heritage. Heritage? Wow. Made on the inside to be worn on the outside. And has exported in its apparel to its apparel to buyers in countries like Japan, Italy, and across Europe. Worth looking into. Latin America. Damn, we export shit to Latin America made by prisoners, people that do forced labor. Latin America and the Caribbean. Even the Caribbean, consumer industrial goods. Damn, what is that like? What kind of consumer and goods are we making? Industrial goods. State level correction programs such as Florida Pride Enterprise. Damn, that sounds like a damn plantation name. Have historically exported prison manufacturing goods, including garments, furniture, and agriculture to neighboring nations, including Trinidad and Tobago, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic. We don't want them foreigners coming here. They taking our jobs. Okay. International military allies, defense equipment. Wow. Unicor, Federal Prison Industries, the corporation run by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Prisons, manufactures items like body armor, vest, military uniforms, this should be considered immoral. Like, how do you have fucking prisoners making shit for war? Are they making vests for ICE? Are they making gear for ICE prisoners? Electronic components. Who are they making them for? Is it for Peter Thiel? While Unicor primarily sells directly to the U.S. Department of Defense, certain military equipment and tactical gear produced with prison labor in the United States are supplied or resold to foreign military partners and international defense consumers. How do these goods enter foreign supply chains? Insourcing via private contractors under programs like the Prison Industry Enhancement Certification Program, PECP. Private companies contract prison labor directly. The goods produced, electronics, textiles, processed foods, are shipped globally under normal private brand names rather than labeled as prison made. Agricultural commodities, crops grown and processed using prison labor, are sold to massive multinational agribusinesses. Okay, once intermingled in grain elevators or processing plants, they lose their specific origin trace and are exported worldwide as standard. So this is kind of like used to boost up corporations that are, and sold. So let me see what companies in the USA use these products in their supply chain. And are sold in the USA or internationally. Let's see here. I'm curious about that because they said something about electronics also and even this other shit. Let's see here. Okay. Major investigations by news organ. Notice how the data is not really that ready, right? You have to do investigative reporting to know, right? Major investigations. This data should be produced by the government anyway, right? Major investigations by news organizations like the Associated Press, AP, big up to AP Press, right? The ACLU, big up to the ACLU, and the research labs like the Colombian Labor Lab, big up to you also, have traced U.S. prison labor through complex supply chains into some of the world's most recognizable consumer brands. Because these supply chain connections often pass through subcontractors, sounds like a diamond industry. Sounds like the diamond slave industry, right? Yeah. What do they call it? Blood diamonds? Subcontractors, agriculture auction houses, and commodity traders. Many products end up on shelves or exported internationally without explicit prison-made labels. Major agricultural food brands. In 2024, a 2-year AP investigation revealed crops, livestock, and raw okay, so this supersedes. Notice how he said, yeah, and Democrats agree. So, yeah, so this is 2024, right? I'm just saying that. Crops, livestock, and raw agricultural materials harvested by incarcerated workers, often for pennies an hour, feed into the supply chain of major global food giants, and retailers. Retail and grocery chains. Goods traced through these supply networks end up on the shelves of Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger, Aldi, and Costco. Major food manufacturers. Okay, so this is interesting because some of this is going to be overseas. So I'm curious what people living overseas and also in the U.S. feel about this, but particularly overseas, because if there's going to be these tariffs like this, yeah, I'm just curious what the populations that these products end up on their shelves are going to think. Major food manufacturers, raw commodities like corn, soybean, wheat, beef, dairy harvested at penal farms, that's prisons, and bought by massive agricultural processors like Cargill, Bunge, and Archer Daniels Midland, ADM. These ingredients then flow into brand producing items like cereal and packaged goods, Frosted Flakes. Yeah, you can get Frosted Flakes in Denmark, I think. I'm not sure if this part of this supply chain or if it's made in the EU, something like that. It could be. Gold medal flour, so we don't know. And Riceland rice. Processed foods and meats, ballpark hot dogs. Wow. You know, a lot of prison shit is being sold with like Make America Great. Tyson Foods and Koch Foods. Interesting. Beverages, Coca-Cola, sugar, corn syrup supply chains. Damn. Okay, so they out there. What are they doing with this? Okay, how do they produce that? Fast food chains, livestock raised on southern prison farms such as the Louisiana State Penitentiary and Angola, and poultry processed by work release labor enter supply chains serving McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King. Is this something to think about? Automotive and industrial manufacturing. Automotive supply chains in the U.S. South frequently utilize state prison work release programs or prison-based manufacturing. Hyundai and Kia. Investigative reports by the Columbia Labor Lab and Job to Move America documented the Tier 1 and Tier 2 auto parts suppliers. Alabama used incarcerated workers via state work release programs. I mean, why have unions and why employ people when you can just get it all done in the prison population and just beef up the prison population? Why not triple it for production purposes? Wouldn't that make products cheaper? Who's in favor of that? Who's in favor of the U.S. beefing up their prison population for production purposes? Put a 1 in the chat if you're in favor of the U.S. beefing up its prison population for the purpose of, you know, make America great again and produce things at home. Put a 1 in the chat if you're for that. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's fucked up. Don't forget to click the like button also. Okay, so here, General Industries products. Okay, companies like Berkshire Hathaway via Shaw Industries and various plastic flooring subcontractors have utilized the Federal Prison Industry Enhancement Certification Program, PIECP, to manufacture goods sold commercially. Right? Appeal and consumer goods. While many clothing brands have adopted strict anti-prison labor policies, good kudos to them in recent years, because does that supply jobs in America? I mean, should prison jobs take over the other jobs because it's cheaper to get a prisoner to do it? Wouldn't that bring costs down? What do you think? I'm just curious. What would you like to see happen? Okay. Prison Blues. We went through this, operated by Oregon Department of Corrections, the Denim and Worker brand explicitly. I mean, it would also bring a lot more money. The corporation would make a whole lot more money, with cheaper labor, right? Very interesting. Okay. Yeah. That would be good for the stock market, by the way. Right? It sells directly to consumers in the U.S. and exports directly to Japan and Italy. We did that. Okay. Historical subcontracted apparel. Right. Major apparel lines like Victoria's Secrets. JanSport. Kmart. Face public scrutiny after subcontractors were caught using prison labor to package or sew garments. While most major apparel brands now explicitly ban prison labor in their supplier codes of conduct, do they sell this stuff overseas? Yes, I guess they do. Any tariffs coming? We're going to see. Who's this designed to help, by the way, in the meantime? Personally, I think this shit is going to backfire on American citizens. And I think what people are going to do is the same thing they did before. Do more trade with everybody else who's not named the United States of America. I think that's what this ultimately does. But I don't like this. I'm against this prison slave labor shit. Okay. I'm against it myself. So why do these things produce why do these products reach global markets, commodity? Okay, so yeah, so what do you all think about that? Let me see. Yeah, I'm curious. Like this is troubling to me, but I definitely know some Americans are into this stuff and just think it's good until they're the ones in there doing it. You know what I'm saying? But luckily, I've never had to go to prison. Thankfully, my life is not like a slave, essentially, producing shit for basically a penny an hour. Wow, I can get some cigarettes at the end of the week. If even that, right? So maybe the end of the month I could get a pack of cigarettes. All right, so let me see here. Let's go on and see what's happening because there's some reactions from other countries. So let's get into that real quick. We got about 30 minutes left. Let's peep game. Let's see what's going on with this. Boom. Let's go.
The Trump administration says the new tax on imports is aimed at pushing other countries to keep goods made with forced labor out of their supply chains. Canadian law already does that, but U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer claims that the federal government isn't doing enough to enforce it.
Really going into each of these countries, and we're not assessing whether they have forced labor in their borders. What we're trying to do is we're trying to stop trade in those types of goods. In 2018, when we redid NAFTA, one of the new provisions we forced Canada and Mexico to take was their own prohibition on forced labor. So in USMCA, we obligated them to do that.
What's up, Kevin?
A few years later, we're finding that they aren't actually enforcing that. So they're included in this action.
Yeah, it's slavery, Kevin. Exactly. Big up to everybody in the chat, by the way.
We're not in favor of sweatshops, and we don't want anyone else to be in favor of it either.
And I want to bring in now William Pellerin. He's an international trade lawyer at Macmillan LLP to help us make sense of what is happening and what's been announced overnight. And before I get to the meat of the conversation, William, I want to ask you, I mean, it does feel like there is no pleasing the Trump administration, that countries are being asked to do things, they do that thing, and then there's another rationale that's announced for another set of tariffs. What do you make of that strategy?
I think that's exactly right. Ultimately, and I've said this before, the U.S. administration is forcing countries to play whack-a-mole a little bit. The one tariff goes away, a new one takes its place. And let's, Canadians ought to know that what happened is that there's this new tariff that goes in place to offset alleged forced labor in our supply chains. But that coincides with the old 10% tariff that is actually expiring, that actually expired last night also. So one tariff goes away and a new one replaces it on the very same day with a different justification. And so a lot of that is to make sure that the US abides by US laws. Some of these tariff measures that they put in place had time limited ability to stay in place. So the tariff that went away had a 150-day maximum. So that one disappears. And like magic, of course, there's a new tariff that appears with a different rationale the very same day.
And William, there does seem to be this fast and furious scramble to try to make sense of all of this, but I want to slow it down for just a second and try to understand some of the details of this new announcement, starting with that forced labor rationale behind these new global tariffs. So what exactly is forced labor from a legal standpoint, and how does it differ from coerced labor?
Yeah, so
somebody said in the chat that it's volunteer. Let me see who said that. Somebody in the chat said they are not forced. That would be Steve Wise. Said they are not forced. They have choice to work in their cells. No, that's not true. 2/3. Again, this is why I call myself a non-expert, right? I don't assume. What I do is ask questions. I'm good at asking questions. Right, because I find that a lot of people assume things, and me myself, I don't operate on assumptions, even in my own personal life. You know what I mean? When I have to make business decisions and decisions that are important to my life, it's better to know the facts, not to know the assumption. You save time, you save money, knowing the facts. Assumptions, you waste time, you waste money, and you might waste other people's time and money too. Right. So here, comprehensive data on compulsory prison labor comes from a joint landmark report by the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU. Big up to them. At the University of Chicago School Global Human Rights Clinic, captive labor, exploitation of incarcerated workers, analyzing federal and Bureau of Justice statistics data. So, key numbers. Total incarcerated workers out of roughly 102 million people in state and federal prisons, nearly 2/3, 65% to 66%, work behind bars, amounting to approximately 800,000 workers. Okay, proportion, force compelled, over 76% of incarcerated workers surveyed reported that they are required to work or face direct disciplinary action if they refuse or are unable to. Total coerced workers in the United States of America in prisons applied to the total working prison population, around 600 to 650,000 prisoners in the U.S. are working under explicit threat of punishment. So, yeah, well, you learn something every day about your own country, so let's continue.
Forced labor and coerced labor are very similar. In fact, the definition, the international definition around forced labor is labor that is not given voluntarily. And so if a party is coerced into giving that labor or in some way cannot escape that labor, for example, in parts of the world where there's a lot of migrant labor, they have to give up their passports or they have to put up significant amounts of money that doesn't allow them to continue, or if their family members are under threat if they don't participate in that labor, that all falls under the definition of forced labor. The U.S. takes a very, very aggressive enforcement approach to forced labor. And the way that they do that is they create this reverse onus, meaning you have to prove to us that when your goods are from certain parts of China, for example, where there's alleged to be forced labor, you have to prove to us that there isn't forced labor that made its way into those products. And that's a very bold move. So it's a very aggressive stance, primarily aimed at China. And what the United States is effectively saying is anyone who doesn't take that same very aggressive approach to Chinese-made goods, or goods made from the Xinjiang region of China, Western China, that is the alleged hotbed of forced labor globally, we're going to hit you with a tariff. And so that's what they've done. It's not that Canada doesn't have laws, because again, Canada does also prohibit forced labor, goods made from forced labor from coming to Canada. But the United States has really taken this very strong approach of saying, you prove to us that there isn't forced labor or your goods don't come in. And that's what they want Canada to do.
And what would that entail? I mean, we just heard from an EU representative saying that our labor laws are solid. Her claim is that it's even better than the United States. I think many in this country are probably thinking, we didn't think this was an issue in this country. What does it entail to try to prove to this Trump administration that you're in compliance?
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. So one of the things about the EU response is that they've got it backwards. The U.S. administration is not saying there's forced labor in the EU, and they're not saying that there's forced labor in Canada. What they're saying is EU and Canada, you have to be tougher on China. This is all code for you have to be tougher on China, and you have to have stronger border measures to prevent goods from parts of China from coming to your country. And so that's what they're saying. And so the way to fix that is what Canada has already just proposed. There's a bill through Parliament today. It was introduced a few weeks ago, called Bill C-35.
Yo, I don't understand, Steve Wise. I don't understand you. Do you not know what forced or compelled or coerced means? Just go look it up. Coerced workers. 6,500 prisoners in the United States reported out of the 1.2 million they reported themselves as being coerced. So look up coerced and forced in the dictionary, and then you take it from there. What's up, Eric? How you doing, bro?
Hey, I'm fantastic. Hey, everyone. Ed, I think Ed needs to get another invitation.
Oh, really? He dropped out? Okay. I'll put it down there again. No worries. Let me see here. Boom. Did it time out that link? Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Let me see here. Boom. There it is. It's in the chat now. All right. Let's continue. Let's see.
And it will basically match what the U.S. has. So an additional requirement at the border that will be imposed in Canada to stop goods that are allegedly from, for example, regions of China or types of products that are known to sometimes contain forced labor. So you have to just have stricter border measures to please the United States on this. Now, is there truly pleasing the United States? If we do this, to your early point, is that going to be enough? It would certainly please them and do exactly what they want on this. But the question is, would there be another layer of tariffs that will simply follow later?
And William, the White House said these tariffs are a response to discriminatory trade practices from Canada's part. Do you think that will hold up legally?
Okay, so that's the other set of very large tariffs, right? So there's the 10% tariffs on forced labor. Those are actually not going to be too painful for Canada because they do exempt goods that are made that have North American content that meet the rules of origin of our trade agreement. So if they're North American made, they actually will not have to pay that 10%, that forced labor 10% tariff. So that's actually quite good news and really doesn't affect too many Canadian exporters. But the other tariff that was announced, and it's enough to give your head a bit of a spin here, but the other tariff that was recently announced on Canada alone, this 50% tariff on a wide range of products, including hockey sticks and honey and agricultural products, but also furniture and electronics and apparel. Now that's a 50% tariff, and that one, there is no exemption. So even if your good is 100% made in Canada even from US parts, That doesn't matter. Our exporters are getting hit with a 50% tariff.
The United States exports prison products to Canada, including car parts. So all it is just the same old loony shit. Because look, if Canada is to reply to this, then obviously it would. I mean, it just makes perfect sense. It's like I mean, all this is doing is hurting American citizens, hurting Canadian citizens, hurting EU citizens, right? Hurting the economy on both sides. And on top of it, it's forcing every other NATO nation to cooperate more closely together and with other nations outside of the EU. The outcome is it just makes no sense. The United States has prison labor. It has prison labor. It has forced prison labor. It's producing products that it exports to other countries. So if everyone said, yeah, let's get rid of coerced labor. Come on, So I'm just saying I'm not for coerced labor at all. But obviously this is not about that. This is not about stopping coerced labor. This is about something else. So and look, if you're an American citizen, at best, 45% of the taxes you pay go to something in your community, yourself, your family, your sister, your brother, in your community at all. At best, 45%. As soon as you leave the United States and go to any other Western country, that number jumps up to 60% of the taxes they pay directly affect their lives, their homes, their sisters, their brothers, their kids, their communities. 60%. So I'm just saying, people voted for Trump. If this is what you want, then that's what you get. Period.
Tariff on that list of goods. And that one is entirely devastating. So if you're a furniture manufacturer in Ontario.
What'd you say, Eric? Oh, you back. Ed, what's up, Ed? You there? You got to come off mute. Let me see if I can help Ed come off mute. Yo, Ed, you there? Talk now.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm talking right now.
I got
you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what do you hear about? What do you think about this?
I had a half-dead pair of earbuds.
Okay.
That wasn't sending any signal apparently or something.
No worries.
I got two pairs that I swap in and out,
Okay, no worries, bro. But what do you think about this?
So I have some insight into the prison system.
Okay.
I have some friends that have been through the prison system. And I understand that these are probably anecdotal things and wouldn't be allowed necessarily in a court of law or even in a genuine debate.
Okay.
But let me tell you a couple of their stories.
Okay.
A friend of mine was charged and convicted with domestic abuse. And rightfully so. He's a shitty human being, and I don't talk to him anymore. Mainly because of this. But he went and did time in prison in Iowa in Fort Dodge, I believe, which is a state prison there. And when he got out of there, because he had done this assault and then barricaded himself inside with a gun and was smoking dope, the feds came after him and stuck him in a prison down in Arkansas. Now, I don't know what he did in Fort Dodge for a job, but in Arkansas, he got paid 39 cents an hour to make office furniture for a company that you might know.
What company? Because I'm in the Scandinavian.
H-O-N.
What company? Con?
H-O-N.
Han. Is that a Chinese company?
No, they make high-end office furniture for places all over the world. I'm American. I'm sure they produce it all.
But I live in the Scandinavia, man. So I've been shopping at IKEA and shit.
I understand.
But go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
But the brand name is H-O-N. Han.
Okay.
And they make office chairs and desks and credenzas and cubicle walls and shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he produced
Mm-hmm.
for 39 cents an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't have a choice.
Okay, he didn't have a choice.
He didn't have the choice of saying, no, I'd rather not make any money and just sit in myself. Everybody worked, and the place was 24/7. The factory was 24/7.
Okay.
So there were some people that were sleeping during the day and working at night, while other people were working during the day and sleeping at night. You know what I'm saying? This place, the facility that manufactured the office furniture never shut down. And it was on prison grounds.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
They weren't transported to a factory somewhere else. The factory was built within the prison grounds.
That's insane, man.
And he got paid 39 cents an hour to do that, and he didn't have a choice.
I don't see the incentive then. And look, when you factor it into the Make America Great, Bring Industry back home, when you factor it into...
How good do you think that office furniture is?
How what? How good do I think it is?
How good do you think that office furniture could be if you're forcing people to make it? You think the guy has the incentive to put the screw all the way in and make sure it's tight?
True.
How quick is that office chair going to fall apart underneath of your ass?
Hey, man, I've never bought anything from that, but I hear your point. The inspiration is not going to be there, right? It's like 39 cents an hour.
They make a lot of modular furniture.
Okay.
It's like modular cubicle type furniture for filling large spaces.
I just find it ridiculous. Like, why don't they make it? I can understand if they're making it to make the prison better. I can understand that if they're making this stuff to beautify the prison system so that it's more comfortable and things like this. But I don't understand it when it comes to the private market, the sector, just the rest of the thing. I don't get that because, come on, I mean, if you have people making it in prison for 39 cents, why would that not affect the overall market? If someone else wanted to open a business making furniture that's not in prison,
office furniture is not cheap.
Right.
This isn't like the cheapest office furniture that you can buy.
Okay.
It's high-end office furniture.
Okay. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
There's no production cost, and they're charging an exorbitant amount for it.
Let me see. How much does Han gross?
I'll place the link of the furniture in the chat.
Okay. You know, this conversation, it brings up so many other points. And we started off with tariffs, but it affects it's really a deep thing here. See, this is what's so stupid about Trump. He does something and he does it for looks, for superficial value. He's doing it for another reason. It has nothing to do with industry in the US, even though that's what they say, right? But he forces people to look at it and dissect what is it exactly. And then it brings you to this. He's talking about forced labor. Man, we got forced labor in the US. Who are we selling our shit to? It's like, so it's just a whole nother conundrum. Look at this. It says Han, right? It is Han, company, right? But it's the H, it's so look, it's under the H&I Corporation, right? So the gross revenue, net sales $2.8 billion a year, gross profit $1.15 billion in profit. So the gross revenue and the gross profit is 2.8, that's almost $3 billion a year, and the gross profit is $1.15 billion a year. That's 41% is their profit margin. Yep. Net income $54.2 million. Profit on the adjusted GAAP basis, excluding one-time acquisition costs. Net income earnings were higher, reflecting solid operational performance across core workplace. They got a high workplace performance. Man, this is some bullshit. And I bet you they on the stock market. Look, now there's more to this. The Han segment,
furniture from
Okay, but check this out.
paid prison labor.
Yeah, this is forced labor. Now check this out. Workplace furnishings divisions accounts for the lion's share. So, workplace segment revenue, 2.1 billion, representing roughly 75% of total corporate revenue. Okay, so this HUN is the biggest part of the HNI corporation. Now, workplace segment operating process 200 million, 220 million, operating profit margin 10%. Okay, the HUN company is the largest, highest volume operating unit within the workplace furnishings segment, making it a primary driver of these multi-billion-dollar figures. Okay, so go ahead, guys. What else you want to say about this? This is interesting. It's hella interesting, bro.
I said that I had more than one example of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
A friend that I've known for 40 years has a son who is an incorrigible child, and he has actually been incarcerated in Angola prison in Louisiana. And he said that they run it like a plantation. They literally have armed guards on horses while you're picking fruits and vegetables that aren't even used in the prison. They're all going out. They eat fucking bologna sandwiches. They don't get any of the fruits and vegetables that they grow. They don't get any of the cattle that they raise. It's all for export out of that prison. And they have huge amounts of land. It's like a fucking modern day plantation.
Sometimes I think they like being on horseback for pleasure.
Prisons.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
It's one of the roughest prisons in the United States. I mean,
I think they did a special on Angola. I think they did a special on that. I saw. It was
Angola
horrible.
is really something fucking nasty. And the heat and humidity doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, bro. There's so much. This is horrible, man. I mean, it's so much that could be examined here, though. I didn't think this would go to the U.S. I had no idea I'd be talking about the U.S. prison population, but then again, that's categorized as coerced labor. That's categorized as that, So
it's allowed by the 13th Amendment. It says that if you've been convicted of a crime, you can be used as a slave. The 13th Amendment, I mean, I didn't quote it word for word, but that's what the 13th Amendment says. If you've been convicted of a crime, you can be used as a slave.
Yeah,
Slavery is abolished unless you've been convicted of a crime.
You're right. Something. Let me see. I want to find out how many nations, Western nations.
The 13th Amendment still has legal slavery in the United States. Slavery's never been abolished in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, but it's not only that, Ed. Ronald Reagan even admitted on tape one time that if we can get people convicted of felonies, then they can't vote. So it's not about just restricting, people's freedom. It's also about restricting people's right to vote. It's also, it's about everything.
Certainly. And Donald Trump brings up an interesting thing here. They're like, why can a felon be the president of the United States? We should make it a law so that a felon can't be the president of the United States. But if you do that, then they'll just make everybody a felon, except for the people that they want to be the president. You see, all you have to do is start to run for office, and they'll find a reason to charge you with something and convict you with something. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, I understand.
I would rather have a felon in the White House than restrict felons from the White House. I mean, fuck, Eugene Debs ran for president from prison.
But why don't we just
You should talk about that also. You can run for president from fucking prison if you get enough people to actually want to vote for you. You can get on enough ballots. But Eugene Debs was a little bit of a different story. I don't think Charles Manson could drum up enough, support over 50 states to get elected. But Eugene Debs had a chance.
But Ed, what about the actual average prisoner, like being able to vote? Their voting rights. Like the running for office is one thing, but what about
they can?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe people should start there, right?
Every state runs their own elections, and so there are states that allow prisoners to vote because they're counted on the census. If you're in a prison in Montana, you're counted on the census in Montana. You're living there, right? Now, I'm not sure if Montana allows you to vote, but apparently there are a couple of states that allow prisoners to vote. Because if you're living there, you're allowed to vote in that state, and they don't restrict felons from voting. I mean, Florida doesn't restrict felons from voting. That's why Donald Trump lives in Florida. He can't vote in New York.
That's wild. That's an interesting fact there. Now look, let's play some more of this because I want to get some more of the EU reaction. This was Canada's reaction. I want to get to some of the EU reaction real quick. But thanks for hopping up and sharing that, Ed.
Sure, I'm going to go back into the chat so I can see your stuff. When I'm chatting with you, I can't see your YouTube page and I can't see your displays and the stuff that you pull up,
Right, I got you. No worries. Appreciate you hopping up, Ed.
Back to the chat. But I just wanted to let you know that if you don't believe that it's forced labor, here's 2 examples. And 2 examples doesn't make it a fact. I'm incidental. You know what I'm saying?
But it qualifies the data. It qualifies the quantitative data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's millions of people that are just like me that know somebody that had to fucking work in prison for next to nothing.
Right. Yeah, exactly, man. And
that's what they do in prisons now. They make money off of them. And whether it's a state prison and you're making license plates or you're building furniture for schools or whatever, it doesn't make any difference. You have a job when you're in prison. You don't get to sit around in your bunk and read up on your Jack Kerouac books and shit, No, you got to go to work and they pay you shit. It takes you hours. They charge you $3 for a package of ramen and you're getting paid 39 cents an hour. It takes you 2 days to even get a decent pack of chicken ramen, man. Not that it's any cheaper right now on the outside, but you understand what I'm saying. Prices have probably gone crazy high in prison with the inflation prices on the outside, man.
Right. All right, Ed, I appreciate that. All right, so let's hear some more. I want to go to the chat real quick. So let me see something. It says, a Coyote says, why is prison labor a big deal, but not stopping the rich from using illegal cheap labor? I don't know what conversations you've been listening to, Coyote. I'm for stopping the rich from using cheap labor, illegal labor or cheap labor. What the fuck? I'm for stopping that too. I don't know where that comes from. If that's a Republican Democrat thing, I think, I'm a Democrat, so I'm against illegal immigration myself, but I'm for comprehensive immigration reform. Right? Something that is so deep that it has some real effects. This thing that Trump is doing, what has it shown people outside of just terrorizing folks? Has it improved the economy? Who do you know got a job? Where are they going? Are they even looking for illegal immigrants in corporate offices? How much do you know about that? Where's the reporting from the administration on this? So I think there's some misnomers there. Trump, not Trump, but under Biden, Republicans and Democrats had agreed on a comprehensive plan for immigration reform, which includes stopping more illegals and slowing down immigration from certain places. But Trump told them, it was public information. He said it. He didn't want the Republicans signing the deal under Biden. Just very simple. He wanted to run on the deal, and he ran on the deal, and this is what we have now. But obviously the things you do, you would like to see some benefit from it. So if you think you're getting benefit from how Trump is doing it, I say great, go with that benefit. I don't see the benefit so far. But so to answer your question, I'm against all of it. I don't see all of it being dealt with. I don't even see all of it being talked about. But right now, let's talk about this, because the tariffs are what we're talking about. And a side conversation from the tariffs, right? Because what are the tariffs about? Let's go back a bit. Maybe some people just came in and they don't know what it's about, why we got on this topic, right? So the topic is, let me go back. Let me see, pull it right. It's about what is the tariff? Where is it at? Why is it here? Hold on. Let me see. The trade tariffs that Trump just made. Okay. The trade tariffs are about forced labor nations. Now, prison population is a form of forced prison labor. That's why it came up. You see what I mean? Now, I'm going to go to some data, and then I'm going to show folks a couple of other things that came up in line of that, right? We're talking about volume too. The United States has a huge prison population. It has more people in prison than the EU, and the EU has 100 million more people than the US. But the United States has the biggest prison population on earth. So obviously we would want to know what the forced prison population looks like, because they are working for companies, for corporations. What they produce goes into the supply chain, being sold on your shelves and being sold to other countries, right? So that's why we're talking about it. Okay. Now check this out. When comparing the data, right? And we're talking about where was it at? Here we go. Forced prison population, labor, right? Here, let me pull this up. Nearly all Western nations have legal provisions on that allow prisoners to work. Right? Can you see that? But almost none have a system comparable to the U.S. 13th Amendment framework. See, you're allowed to do forced labor and no money payment labor pretty much in U.S. prisons. That is comparable to what Trump is saying he's against, right? And he explained why he's against it, but we have it in our nation. Now, the legal framework, standard versus exceptional. The legal standpoint, nearly every Western nation explicitly carves out an exception for prison labor in their human rights laws. All right. This is just so you get a backdrop of what's going on and do some comparative data, right? Because you don't know how good or how bad something is if you don't have something else to compare yourself to, right? So, European nations, 46 countries. Article 4, the European Convention on Human Rights, ECHR, explicitly prohibits forced labor, but states that forced labor does not include any work required to be done in the ordinary course of detention. International standards. Article 2 of the International Labor Organization, ILO, Forced Labor Convention. Number 29 allows work exacted as a result of a conviction in a court of law. Why no Western nation is truly comparable to the U.S.? Okay. While the legal exemption exists globally, Western nations differ radically from the U.S. 13th Amendment framework and how prison labor is regulated and executed. Okay, now let me widen this up so people can actually see here what I'm looking at. All right, I got to change that 2 seconds just so I can format it better for folks. And also you can copy this part on, when you see the video. That way you can blow it up later and see it in case you can't catch it with your eyes right here. But it is being documented. Now, here we go. Let's see here. Here's what it looks like. While no Western nation is truly comparable to the U.S., while the legal exemption exists globally, Western nations differ radically from the U.S. 13th Amendment framework in how prison labor is regulated and executed. United States 13th Amendment, European NATO allies, Canada, and Australia. Constitutional framing. Slavery exception frames prison labor as a legal continuation of involuntary servitude as a criminal punishment. European allies see it differently. Rehabilitation standard frames prison work strictly as a rehabilitative, educational, or community service, not a punishment. Private company labor. United States 13th Amendment allows widespread incarcerated workers are routinely subcontracted out to private corporation supply chains. European Union, strictly forbidden. ILO Rules Convention 29 strictly ban leasing prisoners to private companies unless work is 100% voluntary and paid market rates. So, if you have a job in prison in the EU, you have to get paid the market rate so it doesn't undermine the market. Right? Zero pay mandates in the United States. Allowed. Several U.S. states legally mandate zero, nothing, not even 1 penny an hour for routine facility farm labor. In the EU, including Denmark, that is prohibited. It is illegal to do that. Universal minimum stipends or statutory allowances are guaranteed by national prison regulations in the EU. In the United States, punishments for refusal are severe. Refusing to work routinely results in solitary confinement, loss of good time credits, or extended sentences. In the EU, administrative refusal may affect internal privileges or parole evaluations, but cannot lead to severe physical isolation or sentence extensions. Summary. All right. Maybe you can't see this, so let me pull that up. While virtually all Western democracies legally permit compulsory or assigned work as part of a standard criminal detention, zero Western nations share the U.S. constitutional framing or operational scale. European allies and Canada operate under international treaties, ILO Conventions 29 and 105, that legally wall off prison labor from a private corporation profits, guaranteeing baseline pay. So let's just make it plain. Let's just make it plain for people that don't understand what this actually means. It means Donald Trump is full of bullshit. It means these tariffs are full of shit. And everyone that reviewed the information that we're going on is going to see it as just that. Utterly hypocritical. You're not leading in the fight against coerced enslaved labor. You're not leading in the fight against it. You're leading it. You're the main culprit, especially in the West. What the hell is going on here, man? The United States is the motherfucking worst at it. They're the main culprit. What the? I'm sorry, but listen, it is what it is. I mean, you saw it. Go prove it wrong. I just showed you the facts. What Michael, where you at, bro? What is going on here, man? We're gonna get into the EU's direct reaction. We heard Canada, but we want to say something for a second, Mike, about this, man.
No, I was definitely going to say something, and essentially I was going to say that it's the only way America can compete in a global workforce by devaluing the price.
This is just bizarre, bro.
And that's just it, guys. Is Republicans have business and industry built on not only cheap illegal labor from immigrants, but also from these prisons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I just if that would be interesting to do a study on who owns these companies. You know, who owns the labor, who is profiting from these labors. I think the percentage split it might be shocking because it's probably like 90% Republicans, and I'm going to put myself out there before I even check it because it should be common knowledge.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I heard some of these rap labels are involved in this shit too, owning some of these prisons, you know. But no, I heard that, but I'm sure there's much more than that. You know, that's what people you hear. I've never really looked into that, so don't quote me on that. But in any case, you see, it's bullshit though. We just went through the data. The data is from the experts, it's from the government, and it's from the human rights organizations in the U.S. It's Americans' own data that we pulled up, and the EU data. Very simple. EU government data. The EU produces its own statistics and it has its own laws. And the United States produces its own statistics and it has its own laws, and it also has its human rights organizations to testify for how things are going in the U.S. So, all right, well, let's go to the next one. Let's see here. I want to go to the EU and see what they think about this real quick. Let's see. I'm glad everybody's showing up. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. That means more people will find this stream. It's pretty informative. Didn't know what I was going to get into when we started the stream, and we knew we were going to cover the tariffs, but I had no idea what it really meant. So so I'm glad I did it.
Economies have been hit by a fresh wave of Trump tariffs, and it has global markets rattled and some U.S. allies angry. Washington slapped the new duties on because they say the affected trading partners have failed to do enough to prevent goods made with forced labor from entering global supply chains. Now, it's sparking another round of debate over trade and Washington's use of economic power. Confused? Well, we'll be breaking this down for you today. So let's take a look first at the White House announcement. Now, as you can see, it's based on the investigations under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974 and focused on goods produced with forced labor. And there's a long list of trading partners affected. As you can see there, the EU, Japan, and Mexico, among others. Let's bring in Simon Evenett. He's professor of geopolitics and strategy at IMD Business School in Lausanne, Switzerland, for his first reaction. Simon has advised governments, international organizations, and business leaders on the future of world trade. Simon, great to have you on today. What was your first thought when you saw this latest announcement?
This latest announcement essentially replaces a series of tariffs which lapsed at midnight last night. You may remember the Supreme Court threw out a whole number of American tariffs in February. The administration put in place temporary tariffs of 10%. They lapsed last night, and these new tariffs essentially replace those old tariffs. And I think the way to see this then is that essentially a temporary tariff has been replaced with a permanent tariff at around the same level.
Well, before we dig into today's announcement, let's take a look at Donald Trump's use of tariffs. Even before he became president in 2016, Trump had championed using levies as a tool to bend international trade to Washington's advantage. Here he is in a viral speech from last year.
I love the word tariff. You know, we're becoming rich as hell. My favorite word in the English dictionary is the word tariff. And people thought that was...
All right, so Donald Trump loves the word tariff. We all know that now. But the US president has upended the world's trading norms, imposing tariffs on hundreds of nations, claiming that tariffs would rectify trade imbalances between the US and its trading partners and even revive US manufacturing jobs. But Trump has hit a number of roadblocks, primarily in the courts. In February, the US Supreme Court struck down several of his tariffs, forcing his administration to come up with more targeted legal justifications for them. And earlier this week, for example, he used a century-old law to impose tariffs on the US's neighbour to the north, Canada. Now, that law allows tariffs on countries that discriminate against US products. Simon, what's the real objective behind these new tariffs, and are they really about forced labour or about US power and leverage?
These new tariffs are really about a profound change in the US policy towards openness that this president has been committed to for much of his life. And he believes that the US has been too open to imports, that has caused US manufacturing industry to shrink, that jobs have been lost, and that this is both an economic harm to the US as well as a harm to the US's military status. And so he and his team have found a number of different ways to essentially raise tariffs to the levels of that we're seeing today. He promised to do this during his last presidential campaign. He started doing it last year. As you said, the Supreme Court kicked back some of those actions, and now he's essentially following through, using a tool which is less likely to be challenged in the courts. One thing we've learned through this entire process is just how many different tools the US Congress has given US presidents to be able to raise tariffs, and he's using whichever tool he can get away with.
So essentially, you're saying he's using a tool. Is that why he's using then this Section 301? And what makes this law then useful for Donald Trump to be able to impose those tariffs?
The Section 301 is useful because it is very wide-ranging. It can be applied to any overseas or foreign government measure which is seen as unjustified, unreasonable, or discriminatory. That's the language in the law. It's pretty vague. So it has wide application. It does require an investigation, which they've done. And then once that investigation's in place, the tariffs can be put on and increased over time as well. And all of this has been tested in the courts before and been found to be legally solid. So there may well be challenges to this new round of tariffs, but they're unlikely to succeed. And the president's team essentially is using a tool that the Supreme Court is less likely to overturn. So I think that's why they find Section 301 attractive.
All right. Now, Donald Trump, as we've heard, has long said his favorite word is tariffs, and he's been determined to get them through no matter what. So what does it tell us about how the US sees itself in relation to global trade?
The US sees itself as being ripped off by other countries. Now, I don't think the rest of the world sees it that way, but the US has run huge trade deficits for a long period of time, largely because its consumption is very high, savings is very low, and so it buys lots from abroad. And this has always been perceived as being, to them, as being somehow unfair. And this has been the nub of the disagreement. The rest of the world turns around and says, look, you want to buy so much stuff, you can't produce it, so we'll source it, but don't come back and blame it on us. Whereas the Americans turn around and say, well, look, that is money which could be spent on American produced goods, in which case, but don't come back and blame you. And this has always been perceived as being, to them, as being somehow unfair. And this has been the nub of the disagreement. The rest of the world turns around and says, look, you want to buy so much stuff, you can't produce it, so we'll source it, but don't come back and blame it on us. Whereas the Americans turn around and say, well, look, that is money which could be spent on American produced goods, in which case American firms should ramp up production. They don't. So therein lies the problem.
You hear that? So they don't. The United States doesn't ramp up. So Trump hasn't ramped up production. He hasn't had a plan presented to ramp up any production. He has tariffs saying that that's going to make people do it, but it's not possible. And that's why American citizens are going to feel the damage of it. Everybody's going to feel the damage. But the thing is that just like the last tariffs, who do you think they're designed to make pay for it? The American citizen will pay for it. You will not get that money back, because under the U.S. law, only the corporation is allowed to get the refund back. The corporation is a private company, and they are not obligated by law to return that money when the United States government may have to. You see, so it's not illegal, so they won't get fined this time, but you will just pay it. The last time the government had to pay back. The last tariffs, the taxpayer had to pay back to the corporations. The taxpayer didn't, the average person didn't get a return. Only the corporations got their money back. But you didn't get it back return on the cost, the height and the prices of the goods that you bought. This time, the gift you will get is just higher prices. Sound good? It does to some Americans. I'm surprised because it doesn't make any mathematical sense. But some Americans, you know how that goes. They like paying more for shit. They pay more for everything. Healthcare, education, Corporations are good. Elon Musk is loving Americans right now.
So I think the American view on openness has changed, especially as they have seen China become more and more competitive, and there's a concern that ultimately China will overtake the United States, and the US is trying to find a way to rebuild its manufacturing industry.
But it is going to take over the United States because of what Trump is doing, because Trump is utterly forcing everyone else to trade with China. That's what Trump has done. China is making more, is actually the benefactor of Trump's tariffs. That's what they've done. Since Trump started his tariffs, other countries have opened the doors more to China. And other countries are trading more with other countries now because the United States doesn't want open trade. There it is. Its citizens want to buy stuff because the United States isn't making the stuff. Oh, well.
Before that happens.
Does Washington care about the diplomatic fallout? Because, I mean, considering, the fact that forced labor is sort of an element of this labor.
The United States has a huge forced labor prison population that is larger than the entire EU. The EU has 450 million people. The United States has 350 million people, but yet has a bigger forced labor prison population. In fact, a bigger prison population. In fact, forced labor, no corporation in the EU can benefit from any prison labor. If a prisoner in the EU goes to work, they have to be paid the market rate for that job, unless it's an educational thing or voluntary. A lot of Americans don't give a damn now, I guess. That's how it is, Hey, but nobody's surprised, because if you don't give a fuck about Americans having health care and Americans having education and Americans having fair housing, why would you give a fuck about this?
Latest round of tariffs, are they not concerned about how that's going down around the world?
Look, what does woke mean? Somebody said American schools are destroyed by woke. What do you mean? Science? Is that what you mean? Engineering? Biology? What are you talking about? Woke? What is woke? Is that something specific, or is that just like a little magic trick you pull out of your hat to make people stupid?
The short answer is no, because as we argued earlier, the use of forced labor here is essentially a contrivance to be able to put in place a new set of tariffs permanently. I suspect.
Notice how there's nothing called woke tariffs. There's nothing called woke engineering. There's nothing called woke healthcare. I mean, I guess they would say, you know what? Because you have like the military, like what Hegseth has. He has testosterone injections. He has gender affirming medical procedures, which testosterone injections are, right? Americans can't figure out what they're for, bro. It's like, it's ridiculous. But let's say you have gender affirming surgery, right? Let's say you have that. That right there, you don't like it. So you want to throw all access. You want to make more people have less access to every other type of healthcare. I got it. And because somebody's teaching a class has changed one or two things about gender in a class, you just said, fuck engineering school. That should be more expensive. Less people should have it. Okay, I got you.
There's not much American concern for forced labor enforcement.
Don't want none of that woke shit in my trade school
abroad.
In fact, fuck trade school. I'd rather not go.
Practice, but it turns out that this is rhetorically very, very convenient. I mean, would you like to be a foreign trade minister defending why your country doesn't enforce laws against forced labor? So rhetorically, it's very useful. Do the Americans care about the fallout from abroad? This administration, almost certainly not.
Now, you've touched on it already, but what options do countries really have now? Can they negotiate, retaliate, challenge them, or just accept their new reality with the United States?
So they can challenge, they can complain, that's not going to get them very far. They might negotiate, that might get them somewhere. Don't forget, as I mentioned right at the beginning, with these new tariffs, the tariffs actually don't go up very much. So there's a sort of a limited hit to exporters' profitability. If they retaliate, just as Canada and China did last year, then they may face exactly the provision you talked about earlier, which is this new attack on Canadian exports uses a different provision of law, Section 338, which is 100 years old, as you rightly pointed out. And that provision really enables a US president to go after any country that retaliates against it. So retaliation has become more risky if you're a foreign trading partner. So I guess the negotiating route will be the principal choice of many foreign nations. They'll ask, what does Washington want to get rid of these current tariffs? And it might not be enough.
Are we seeing trade policy then being used as a type of sort of geopolitical weapon rather than an economic tool?
So the short answer to your question is yes. So trade policy has moved.
Yo, Andrew in the chat joined YouTube June 2nd, 2026. Welcome to YouTube, Andrew. How many of these accounts you got?
Trade policies sometimes had a geopolitical element to it, which is essentially trying to alter the relative power between countries. That happens from time to time, especially between the bigger players. But the Americans, I think, have basically gone retail as opposed to wholesale on this, and have gone across the board trying to rebalance their relationships with many other nations, trying to get their trade deficit down with those other countries. So yes, I think we are in an era where trade policy is being subordinated to geopolitical objectives, and we see not just the US doing this. The European Union has said they want to have a geopolitical policy. China clearly has one. Japan has one too. So this is the trend towards more geopolitically driven trade policy, which means in practical terms, the ability of firms to export to foreign markets is now a function of diplomacy and geopolitics.
Long term, what's your take? Do you think this is going to be a positive or a negative for the US economy? And then, of course, those affected by these tariffs?
I think there's two things. So first, the impact on the US economy is almost certainly going to be small and negative. There are inflationary effects. It is harmful. It's important to remember just how little the US actually sources from the rest of the world. I think about 11 or 12% of American consumption spending, household spending, comes from abroad. So it's not really the US is not really that exposed to foreign sourcing, but to the rest of the world, especially countries which export a lot.
Right. So in short, there will be inflation in the U.S., but it's going to hurt other countries more. But how will it hurt other countries more? Right, because they will have to sell their products to someone else, right? And yeah, there it is. And also other countries will be looking for, they'll all be looking for other people to sell their shit to. So in other words, the U.S. inflation will go up and other countries will compensate by buying things, or selling. They will make more trade agreements, you see. So what happened out of this first round of tariffs, even though Trump, even though the U.S. corporations got bailed out by the American taxpayer, the effect was the EU made the largest trade deal with South America in its history. And the EU made the largest trade deal with Asia in its history. So what does that mean? That means more products, more trade from there. The EU will be bringing trade to those areas. All right. Yeah. They'll be bringing the things they trade, industry stuff. They will be bringing it to South America, things that South America need that maybe America used to be selling to them. But now South America, since hit with these kind of tariffs, so it's shit like that, they will be looking for the EU to partner up with. And then the EU will be bringing back other things that they can exchange goods with. And the same thing with Asia. So the EU will be picking up the slack where the United States has dropped the ball. That's what it means. That's basically, and in South America, Caribbean, Central America, Asia, and other countries will be picking up the slack of where the United States doesn't want to do things with people. This is what it is. Otherwise, if they don't do that, then they get hurt economically. See, so yeah,
a lot of their goods to the United States, this is a blow. So countries like Germany, Switzerland with big trade surpluses with the United States, countries like Japan and countries like Mexico and Canada who export a lot to their neighbor. These are countries which will really feel the pinch. And it's this asymmetric aspect.
And what happened? That forced Canada to do more business with China.
Which makes it so hard. Washington doesn't care because it knows ultimately the impact on it is pretty minor compared to other drivers of the U.S. economy.
But the American people will get the inflation. It's certain. It's not a doubt. Of course, it may not affect other assets. It may not affect the corporations in that way. But why? Because they pass on the cost to the consumer. And the Americans will want to buy the shit, I mean, or maybe not. Maybe it will slow down the economy. If the Americans don't spend their money, then what does that do? What's the effect then?
Such as the AI boom, and the rest of the world cares a lot because we export a lot more.
Always interesting speaking to you, Simon. Simon Evenett from the IMD Business School in Switzerland. Many thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go on. I'm going to see what else, and then we're going to get out of here. So I want to see a few EU reactions to this. Let me pull it forward a little bit. Here we go.
He will hold Iran responsible for those attacks, and that he is considering top lawmaker on trade and was the lead negotiator on the EU-US trade pact. He's been in Washington this week, and I caught up with him earlier this morning, and I started by asking him where Trump's new tariffs leaves the EU-US trade deal.
In principle, I guess with this new tariffs, they respect the deal. And this was also one of my major tasks for this week in Washington, to convince everybody, regardless what else is in the air, that we stick to the deal.
Yet, this many would say is arbitrary. Many would say that Trump is sidestepping Congress, sidestepping the Supreme Court's ruling to find new ways to impose tariffs. Does that worry you that there will be more fresh rounds of levies targeting the EU again?
I think you are quite right. So Trump and the administration are looking always to solutions for some kind of basis. So now this forced labor issue, so that we as Europeans are not respecting the fight against forced labor is crazy. We have a wonderful legislation, even stronger than the United States has. But nevertheless, it's not my job to judge.
Americans need to know the EU has stronger regulations on forced labor. We just went through the data. For those of you that came in the stream late, go back to about halfway where this starts, because we go into some of the data. The United States does have forced labor. Okay. And it's called the prison population. Okay. Seriously, I'm not bullshitting you. They're all engaged in private industry. The United States prison population, about half, more than half, are involved in forced labor, and their products are sold domestically. They're mixed in. They're sourced into the corporate structure in the U.S. Some of it is sold in the U.S., some of it is sold abroad in major companies. So you want to know why maybe why you don't have enough jobs on the outside? Take a look at how the EU deals with this, and then you will see what the difference is. In the United States, you can be forced to work for no money at all, and work for a major corporation in the United States that sells goods on the store shelves in the United States and abroad, internationally. In the EU, that's illegal. Prisoners do not work for free. Prisoners, if they work, they get paid the market value for their labor. See the difference in that? You see how they're not screwing over their economy by having forced labor, prison labor? You see how they're not screwing over their economy? They're not screwing over the rest of the employed market, the people that are free. They're not undermining their industry that way. You see the difference in that? So Trump is basically bullshitting the American people. Like, yeah, you're sending other people that understand math. You're making them make some extra steps. But a lot of Americans aren't processing what's going on here. Let me play a little more of this and then get Michael in on this, and then we can take it from there.
That I guess the courts in the United States will judge about that. And I hope that after the midterms,
I'm here when you're ready, man.
The Congress will take over a little bit more, like it is written down in the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Paragraph 8, trade policy is in the hands of the Congress. So I hope this will give also additional stability.
The US administration has fiercely criticized an EU decision to fine Google under its digital rules yesterday. Jameson Greer, the trade representative, saying this jeopardizes the EU-US trade deal, calling also for a ceasefire, suggesting that the EU-US are in some kind of trade war. Do you fear more retaliation now from the US?
More or less in all my talks here in Washington, this DMA and DSA, the digital regulation in Europe, has played a role. And there was a little bit the fear that because of the fine against Google, this tariff regime starting today would change. Luckily not. But the statement from Jameson Greer was quite clear, and a lot of other talked in the same direction. But of course, for us, it's not mixed. So we have the tariff, the deal of Scotland, and we have some regulation where everybody, not only US companies, but also Europeans and whatever, Indian companies, has to respect it.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said prison labor has zero to do with who's president. Well, who's president? It has something to do. See, here's the thing. Yeah, that's been the policy already before President Trump. But President Trump could change it, right? If it produces more jobs in the United States, right? Can he change that? Can he ask Congress to change that? Yes, he can. So it does have something to do with the president and Congress, because that's what they do. They make laws. Congress makes laws. The president calls on Congress to make laws, right? He did it before. He'll do it again. Senate signs those laws. It goes to the president's desk, and then he says, okay, let's change that. There it is. And it's the same thing in the EU. Guess what they did? They made prison labor, forced prison labor illegal. And they also made it in the law. And the law says you have to pay them the market value for their labor. Prisoners in prison in the EU get paid market value. And do you know how that happened? Had something to do with their parliament and their prime minister. Yeah,
Look,
Michael,
hey,
what's up, dog? Go ahead.
I could leave a link in the chat that shows under the Trump administration, labor and border economics have significantly accelerated, primarily through unprecedented immigration detention expansion, right? Like through the enforcement of immigration. Yeah.
Oh, you mean ICE? ICE? You mean ICE people?
Yes.
Oh, so the ICE people are now doing the cheap labor at the same time they're supposed to be creating more jobs in the U.S.?
And so what it is, with the increase in, crackdown on illegal immigration, what they've done is they've monetized that under this administration, right? And so what that looks like is forced labor, right? Essentially through these detention centers because of prisons that were contracted through the government under Trump, right? The increase in this ICE budget is under Trump, and under those increases are private contracts to make and create detention centers that hold illegal immigrants that put forced labor, right? Like, you get where I'm coming from?
Yes, bro. It's their policy.
Exactly.
I mean,
so when we
is this
when we
administration's
talk
policies?
about-
Yeah.
Exactly. When we talk about the president doesn't have anything to do with forced prison labor, indirectly, yes. Directly, maybe not. But in this administration, it's both, right? He's increased ICE budget, right? ICE budget goes towards private contractors, prison contractors that create these detention centers that have illegal immigrants under forced prison labor, right? And it's the reason why why do we think that we don't immediately deport them? Do you ever wonder that? Do you ever wonder why we just don't give them the flight straight back to their country, right?
Because we
don't,
need them.
right?
Because we need them.
There
That's
we
why we
go.
don't.
Yes, and it's the only way we can circumvent.
We need them to do jobs Americans don't want to do.
Well, it's not even jobs that Americans don't.
No,
wanna
but that's
do.
what. But that's what. Look, but that was the counter argument before, right? You know, it's like if you take them, you know what I'm saying. Americans will have jobs. Well, that happens. So maybe it's jobs Americans don't want to do that they're doing, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
you tell me. I don't know. You know,
Well, you know, when we look at the labor cost, that's what it is, right? It's the labor cost. We outsource and purchase from outside industries and manufacturers like China, Taiwan, India, because of the literal labor costs. And the only way we can compete because of our hyper-capitalistic workforce is by having forced labor, right? The equivalency to the USD when we're charging, 30 cents an hour to some of these prisoners is, equivalent to getting this manufactured and purchasing it without the tariffs and without the additional costs from China, right? From India, right? And it's the only way we can compete when it comes to that. And so, this is what they mean about make America great again, right? Monetize forced labor through a prison system. Right? And if we think that, go ahead, V.
Well, it said 650,000 prisoners are forced are in forced labor. That means in the United States, out of 1.2 million, 650,000 are in forced labor, meaning they get punished if they don't do it, right? Now, out of those that are forced, they get paid like what? Anywhere between 2 cents and 10 cents an hour, something like that, roughly, right? You could say. But there are some that get paid nothing, right? And the estimates are between 150,000 to 200 get paid zero. And here's the states that do that: Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Texas. So just so people know. Now,
you know what's funny?
Yeah, go ahead.
Those happen to be the states with some of the lowest tax rates. Do we think that's a coincidence?
I
think not.
They're just exploiting
Some
people,
of the lowest
bro.
minimum wages.
Lowest minimum wages. They just exploit.
Low taxes.
They just exploit all their residents. That's what these states do, man. This is the poorest of the poor. I'm surprised Kentucky ain't on this fucking list. But in any case, this is what it is, man. I mean, all you have to do is just go to the middle of this video. We're about to stop. Go to the middle of the video where we start talking about the tariffs. See how it turns into, because the tariffs are about forced labor. See the data that's presented about forced labor. The United States has more forced labor than the entire EU put together. And then on top of it, right? Because it's a small percent that even have forced labor, right? And then in the EU, the forced labor can only be for rehabilitation specifically. It's got to be connected to an education or something like that, right? But on top of that, if it's a job, if it's an actual job that's not connected to any type of education, right, they have to pay you the market rate. So Americans can make excuses about this. Anyone could see how they're undermining their own goddamn economy by doing this. You're not making jobs. You're taking jobs. You're giving jobs to prisoners and ain't paying them shit. And that means you're taking jobs from everybody else in the U.S. and you're fucking complaining about it. You just got a president that now is taking people off the street, illegal immigrants, and instead of sending them back, He's got them in forced labor camps. That even added to the job shortage. What are you doing? What's going on? There's no excuse for this. Only a really weird person who is just totally partisan would make excuses for this. Come on, man. Would you want look, I'm going to tell you right now, if I went outside, I live in the EU. As an American citizen, I live in the EU. If I went outside and committed a crime, there's American citizens in jail in the EU, right? I hope you realize that, right? It's not like they just get deported. If they have family members here, or they've been living here a certain amount of time, then they have rights, Do you know if they had a job in prison, they get paid? They get paid like everybody else? Boo-hoo for them. Oh. Anyway, I'm sorry, man. I'm just saying it is what it is. Now, if you don't want rights, nobody can force you to have rights. Okay what I'm saying? But it looks to me like Americans are just fucking giving up their rights left and right. And some dumb asshole on the internet that's a troll who just joined a month ago is like, yay! All right. In any case, yo, you want to talk? Well, let's close this one out, bro. You want to sum this up? This episode up, bro?
No, I just want the viewers to understand the correlations, right? And the connections between deep red states, low taxes, and these forced labor prisons, right? And it's the reason is because they're trying to offset. First of all, they're trying to bring back some faulty manufacturing to the U.S. By substituting it with cheap forced labor, right? Or just free labor in general, right? Which won't happen. But these states tend to be one of the states that have some of the harshest prison sentences. All that is connected, right? Also leaving the fact that they do have some of the lowest minimum wages available to some of these states.
Yeah, man. Every time I do the data, bro. Oh, you finished? You want to say more? Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I just think that I want the individuals to understand the correlation between that, right? And I think what's odd about America, that is a bit different from the EU is that we are a large landmass and states run and govern in different ways, right? And I think a lot of individuals just don't understand, that each state runs its own kind of way, right? Has its own minimum wage, right? Aside from the federal minimum wage, right? Has their state minimum wage, has different penalties, right? When it comes to, how they enforce the law and what time you're given, right? Just a different economic, well, not even economic, both economic
different
and
standards. They got different standards, bro. They got different standards in your rights and your expectations for your life, bro. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. And so when we look at that, right, we have to understand that, European countries were forced to be progressive to keep up with each other. The U.S., it's essentially just a large landmass that doesn't keep up with itself, right? If, and it's the reason why we have welfare states and donor states, right? So even with these, major prison labor camps, we still subsidize all of these states, with the exception of Florida and Texas, but the economics come a bit different when it comes to those. But yeah, and I think understanding that if you do believe, most of the people who try to negate this or don't believe in the facts that you bring up, they most likely don't live in a red state. They most likely aren't. They're arguing from a conservative mindset in a very blue state or a blue city, and that's hilarious to me, right? And that's why, when we do have some of these, individuals in the chat with conservative mindsets, which obviously, they're gonna, if they're showing up, they're here for a reason. But state your city, state your state. So we understand that you're arguing.
Yeah, what state do y'all live in? Everybody in the chat, let us hear your state. Let us hear your state. If you don't mind. Me, myself, let me tell some of the new viewers. Me, myself, born and raised in Washington, D.C., was born in Freedmen's Hospital. If you know about D.C. history, then you know what that indicates my age is if I'm born in Freedmen's Hospital, because it doesn't exist anymore. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period in the U.S. That's before the United States began, right? But as a grown-ass man, I live in a country called Denmark, right? It's a great country. Denmark's a wonderful country, and I'm happy to live in Denmark. I wouldn't live here if I wasn't happy to live here, you know, and I don't have to live here. But it is, you know, when you live here, you learn the rules, you learn the laws. And as an American citizen, I learned a long time ago that EU citizens, and particularly also Danish citizens, have way more rights than American citizens. So why the fuck would I why would I just lie about that? Why would I not want to share that? The first documentary I made, it's called What Americans Need to Know. And that was in 2007. And I made that about the Danish healthcare system, so Americans could know how it works. Very simple, not hard to understand. Of course, a lot of people saw that documentary. It was on Al Gore's network before his station went down or whatever they had, you know. But then some years later, I put it up on YouTube, and like 4 years later, I saw it, and I was like, let me throw this shit on YouTube. And it got a lot of views, you know. For that time, it got a lot of views, like 50,000 views. I didn't even notice it. But, you know, the conversation has gone on about things like healthcare. And as I lived here, I found out more about the rights. The rights extend way beyond healthcare for the taxes you pay. And we do comparative data all the time. Now, as a grown ass man, I'm not accustomed to being somebody else's babysitter. I can only present what the actual facts are. That's what we do here. You can't debate facts. Facts are facts. If you don't want the facts, you don't have to have them. But if you have an opinion that's not based on facts, that's going to make you ignorant, and it's going to show in the data, you know. And obviously a lot of Americans complain the hell about the United States of America every fucking day. But as soon as you show them that, wait a second, the EU is doing things a little different, then they're like, no, I don't want to hear that. That can't be true. No. That's not the way to go. The way to go is to say, let me look into that, man. And another American is telling me this shit. He's bringing up the data. The data is from the government sources. He's doing cross comparative data from the United States data to the EU data. And he's an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. Maybe he's doing it out of love for his country. That could be a reason why you might want to research some of the things we bring up on the channel. I mean, I don't know. It seems logical to me. Or you could be like, fuck them liberals and fuck them Dems and fuck those Republicans and fuck them from the north and fuck them from the south and fuck them from the west and fuck them from the east. And, you know, you can find a million reasons why you complain. But your reason is not because of me. You see what I mean? My taxes are paid here, and I'm happy to pay them here. I have a 5 weeks vacation for my taxes. My kids get paid to go to higher education, to go to school. You know, if I decide to have another kid, you know what I'm saying? Every family that has a child here, every household gets a year off from work, full paid leave. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want things like that for yourself, you don't have to have them. I don't give a fuck. It's your life. You live your life how you live it. I live mine. But you can see I have a smile on my face. I'm on here every day. If something was wrong, I wouldn't be here. Okay? So you put the facts together, and you can understand that we're only here for one reason. That's to help our Americans. That's it. We're doing our patriotic duty. That's all. Okay? Some Americans are patriotic, and we go beyond just waving a flag in your face. Okay? Flag's not going to do it. The data will, and we do it better than legacy media seems to care to do it for you. So, you know, stick around if you like what you're seeing. You know, click the like button if you like it, if you enjoy it, if you're inspired by it. You know what I mean? And by all means, don't just listen to the data and think about it. Go out and find somebody that you can actually vote for, right? And register to vote. Do that also. Do your duty. Go out, register to vote. Go to vote.gov, register to vote. Find a candidate you could vote for that wants you to get more out of your taxes. It's your taxes. You know, taxation without representation is where the country started. If you don't believe in getting something out of your taxes, then you're probably not very American. So yeah, and you probably know little about the foundings of the country, But let me see. Did somebody hop up on you? No, that's it. So listen, on that note, we'll be back same time, 02:30 Eastern Standard Time, America. We will, and then that is 0830 Central European Time. Yo, that's you, Eric. You want to say something?
I gotta go to the airport, V.
Okay, you headed to the airport. Okay. I'll talk to you offline about what that's about. But I appreciate you, Eric. Thanks for hopping up too, bro.
Yeah, good night, everyone.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Yo, appreciate Michael Brooklyn Best for hopping up and giving his commentary and some data also. We will be back for those of us that know us. We'll be back at the same time. And I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I got maybe, I don't know, in the last year, I think I got last year and a half, maybe 8,000 more subscribers. So I appreciate that. We will be doing this. We want to get it up to 50,000. A lot of people don't think that's possible, but watch, we're going to get there. We'll be there. But we will get there with your help. So if you know other people, like-minded people that are concerned about the United States and think that the data that we cover here could be useful to American citizens, share it with somebody. Let people know, and I'm sure they're going to enjoy it. So we will catch you. I tell you what. Let me see. Yeah, vote Trump the fuck out of there. Let me look at the chat. Listen, Smooth 8, appreciate you. Smooth, appreciate you. Mentally Me, there you go. I see you. Hazel Films, what's up? Good. I appreciate you here also. Clarence, vote Trump out of office. Yeah, man, he's just tiring. Dumbass, just destroying the country. Can't sit back and let that happen without speaking about it. You know what I'm saying? Aaron, I see you in the chat. Good looking out. Appreciate you also. Let me see here. Bingo says Trump is the best president of all time. Okay, what you get out of Trump? Let me see. What the oh, really? I mean, see, this is the thing about comparative data. See, when you have something else to compare it to, then you get to find out what best means. How good is best? How good is good? How bad is bad? You don't know it if you don't have something else concrete to compare it to. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people feel good until they find out somebody else got it better. How about that? So, and a lot of people think they have it bad until they find out somebody else got it worse. Right? I used to feel bad. And then I was like, wait a second, it could be worse. But in any case, appreciate everybody for coming out. Catch you guys at the top of the morning, midnight hours, in the wee hours of the morning, American time, and top of the morning in European time. Appreciate everybody. Until then, we catch up with you, all right? Invite a friend the next time. Here we go. Peace, y'all. Oh, is it not playing? There we go. See ya. Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left office years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama Derangement Syndrome. Yes, ODS. Obama Derangement Syndrome, or ODS, first emerged around November 2008. The unprecedented event of the first black man being elected president of the United States caused a seismic shock in the system. For millions of Americans, disenfranchised conservative Americans, this moment triggered a deep existential dread, a feeling that the country they knew was leaving them behind. Unable to process this cultural shift, the political brain copes by channeling this panic into permanent chronic obsession. According to the satirical psychiatric medical classifications, ODS falls under the broader category of the woke derangement syndromes, a class of conditions where completely logical, rational behavior is deeply feared and condemned. Over time, ODS has mutated into several documented variants, including Biden derangement syndrome and Kamala Harris derangement syndrome. Yes, KHDS. The symptoms of these variants include involuntary gasping at the sight of a bicycle, an overwhelming, irresistible urge to scream, but what about the birth certificate? Or what about the laptop at family dinners? The sudden belief basic civil rights, empathy, and renewable energy are the direct personal attacks of your lifestyle. You might have Obama derangement syndrome.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change, bitch.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind, is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums. With degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song.
They want war, all they really want is
is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. In the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. Let it what? If you let it, don't let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. You wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. You wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist, giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. Yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective, the theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but either my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed, smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner stood there to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying the price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. One thing to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand the way we think away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. I'm about to take it to the place